All right, I think we're live. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. If anyone in the chat can hear me, just push one. All right, I got a confirmation. Thank you for the confirmation. Welcome back to the Black Brain Trust. This is episode 431, Economics. Please hit the like button as you come in, share the video if possible. Hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab. Docket and description beneath the video for you to follow along with. If you want to engage in discussion, there'll be a link in the chat for you to click on. When you click on the link, make sure you raise your hand so that one of us can acknowledge you and advance you to the panel. Just as an FYI, we are not certified financial planners. If you want a certified financial planner, please go to cfp.net and look up one in your area. We do not give out financial advice on this channel. Everything that we say is opinion of our own. Oh. All right. All right. First item on the docket is from Bloomberg.com. Japanese women face a future of poverty. A perfect storm of benefit cuts and outdated social structures is driving the nation's women, especially the elderly, toward financial ruin. Let me expand this. At first glance, things seem to be getting better for Japanese women. In an economy that historically lagged other developed nations when it comes to female workforce participation, a record 71% are now employed, an 11-point leap over a decade ago. The Japanese government boasts one of the most generous parental leave laws in the world and recently created a limited full-time worker category and aimed primarily at mothers looking to balance job and family. And one of the most important needs for working families, child daycare, is slowly being expanded. But even with these advantages, Japanese women, whether single or married, full-time or part-time, face a difficult financial future. A confluence of factors that include an aging population, falling birth rates, and anachronistic gender dynamics are conspiring to damage their prospects for a comfortable retirement. According to Seiichi Iganagi, a professor at the International University of Health and Welfare, the poverty rate for older Japanese women will more than double over the next 40 years to 25%. For single elderly women, he estimated the poverty rate could reach 50%.
Hey, Mike, did they talk about
live longer than almost anywhere else, and birth rates are at their lowest since records began. As a result, the nation's working age population is projected to have declined by 40% come 2055. That's a lot.
Hey, Mike.
What's going on, Nago?
With entitlement costs skyrocketing, the government has responded by scaling back benefits while proposing to raise the retirement age. Some Japanese responded by moving money out of low-interest bank accounts and into 401k style retirement plans, hoping investment gains might soften the blow. But such a strategy requires savings, and women in Japan are less likely to have any. Japan's gender pay gap is one of the widest among advanced economies. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Japanese women make only 73% as much as men. Japanese demographic crisis, Japan's democratic crisis. Sorry, let me say this again. Japan's demographic crisis is making matters worse. Retired couples who are living longer need an additional $185,000 to survive projected shortfalls in the public pension system, according to a recent government report. A separate study did the math for Japanese women. They will run out of money 20 years before they die. Wow. Dire pension calculations published by Japan's Financial Services Agency in June 2019 causing such an outcry that the government quickly rejected the paper, saying it needlessly worried people. But economic observers said the report was dead on. Japan's pension system is ranked 31st out of 37 nations, due in part to underfunding, according to the Melbourne Mercer Global Pension Index.
And Mike,
can you hear Nagone?
I can hear him now.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. I was just asking. I have a friend over there actually who I used to play some golf with, and I stay in contact with him. His name is Kaneda Nakoya. He tells me about how they have a lot of homeless older women in that society, like on the streets in Tokyo.
So they have
older women,
Japanese Skid Row.
Yeah, they have that, and I was very surprised. He told me this maybe about 2 years ago. This is a while back, and you reading this article, we never really got into it. I just know about the whole society over there, guys kind of going their own way with the herbivore man and all that. We all talk about that, but when we talk about what's actually going on in society, they have a very aging population.
SYSJM.
Yeah, kind of.
SYSJM. It's going down heavy, bro. Heavy. It's heavy.
I have I have an anecdote. I'll say it maybe.
I just want to say that you got a lot of Japanese women who are homeless, which I was actually shocked. I was surprised to hear that. And you're reading this article and you're sitting here breaking down as to what's really happening there. Economically, and I think that's dead on the money. And and I think it's dead on the money. So I think that's a growing problem there, and that's going to be a huge problem. Also, men are not getting married, and I think I'm kind of looking at some of these Japanese guys almost like brothers. They're looking at their woman who has basically, they're not talking nasty against them, but they're stepping off from them, and a lot of these Japanese guys are looking at these Japanese women as something they don't want to touch, and they're being made whores out of by the guy Jinx, man. They don't want to touch him. They don't want nothing to do with him. They're stepping off from him. So I think the movement is very similar. I'll just leave it at that. But anyhow, but an interesting article that highlights some stuff, and I think it's going to get a lot worse for Japanese women the way things are moving. And I think if sisters want to take a look at what may be happening, they might want to take a look at that. Is what's going on over there as well. So,
but there are additional obstacles for Japanese women. Although 3.5 million of them have entered the workforce since Prime Minister Shinzo Abe took office in 2012, 2/3 are working only part-time. Japanese men generally see their compensation rise until they reach 60. For women, average compensation stays largely the same from their late 20s to their 60s. A fact attributable to pauses in employment tied to having children or part-time rather than full-time work. Since the mid-2000s, part-time employment rates have fallen for Japanese women, in more than half the countries that make up the OECD. But in Japan, the trend is reversed, with part-time work among women rising over the past 15 years. One of Abe's stated goals is to encourage more women to keep working after giving birth. Part of his so-called Womenomics initiative, but according to a recent government study, almost 40% of the women who had full-time jobs when they became pregnant subsequently switched to part-time work or left the workforce. Machiko Nakajimi's Nakajima's employment trajectory is typical of this state of affairs. Nakajima, who used to work full-time at a tourism company, left her position at age 31 when she became pregnant. I had no desire to work while taking care of my kid, she said in an interview. Instead, Nakajima spent a decade raising 2 children before returning to work. Now 46, the mother of 2, works as a part-time receptionist at a Tokyo tennis center. Though her husband, who also is 46, has a full-time job, Nakajima said she fears for her future, given the faltering pension system. Maybe a UBI might help Japan. According to government data, the monthly cost living for a Japanese household with more than 2 people is 287,315 yen, or $2,650 American. Some 15.7% of Japanese households live below the poverty line, which is about $937 per month. Maybe a UBI might help, $1,000 a month. More than 40% of the part-time working women earn 1 million yen, or $9,100, or less a year, according to Japan's Internal Affairs and Communications Ministry. The lack of benefits, job security, and opportunity for advancement, hallmarks of full-time employment in Japan, make such women financially vulnerable, particularly if they don't have a partner to share expenses with. So part-time working mothers in Japan face rising poverty. So you can see as the years go by from 2011 to 2016 that it's sharply decreasing in terms of their wealth and their ability to sustain themselves, so that they fall into poverty. In Japan, public pensions account for 61% of income among elderly households. The system provides basic benefits to all citizens and is funded by workers from age 20 to age 59 and by government subsidies. Many retirees get additional income from company pension plans, while widows can claim some portion of deceased spouse's pension. The number of unmarried Japanese is steadily rising, having more than tripled since 1980. The latest survey showed the rate for women is 14% versus 23% for men. One reason why women's retirement savings is lower than men's is that the lifetime salary is low, said Yoshiko Nakamura, a financial planner and president of Alpha and Associates Incorporated. Not to be confused with Alpha Phi Alpha. Traditionally, many women chose to limit their workload in order to take advantage of Social Security spousal benefits, and that created many women's jobs that pay less than 1 million yen. Japan has historically created incentives for married women to limit their employment to such non-career track jobs. Lower pay means they and their husbands can take advantage of spousal deduction benefits. For example, the government gives a 380,000 yen tax deduction to male worker if his wife earns less than 1.5 million yen per year. That's pretty butterly. Wish the United States had that. The private sector does it too. Many companies give employees a spousal allowance as long as their partner earns less than a certain amount. Some 84% of private companies in Japan offer workers about 17,282 yen per month, $159, as long as their spouse earns less than a certain amount annually, usually 1.5 million yen, though the ceiling is lower for most companies. So I'm not going to read this whole thing because I think the writing is on the wall. A lot of your Asian brothers down there ain't getting married.
Look, man,
my love of flying started at an early age. Whoa. My mom used to talk about.
Say that again.
Oh, I was gonna say, I got a story about a Japanese rapper, man, who who basically abandoned like that whole life and crashed on my couch for 2 months.
Oh, DJ Honda.
No. Actually, his name was Arata. He was from the group. He was from the crew Living Legends. Merce, you know the rapper Merce.
Yep.
Yeah, so he was crew of Merce back in the day. And like, dude, he ended up crashing on my pad for 2 months, man. That dude used to just roll around, dude, and gig with me and shit. So I was doing DJ gigs. This fool like grab records for me and shit. He was the homie though. He was cool, man. But this dude was like, he was going to university to be like a software engineer. And this dude just loved hip hop and shit. And he had a girlfriend, he had family, all this. And like, you know, he was kind of clicked up when he was in Japan. And so when Living Legends went to Japan to do a show, he linked up with him. And then like he got on a couple tracks. Next thing you know, he flew over to Cali. He's up in NorCal. And he's like, fuck it, I ain't gonna go back. And basically just kind of everybody's like, what? And then he came down to LA, and then he ended up in my pad, and then he was just at my pad chilling for a while. And then from there, I think he went down to San Diego, and I don't know what happened to that dude after that. But that's what like a lot of Japanese brothers are doing, man. They fuck it, man. They doing that.
Yeah, a lot of they stay bugging, but they're stepping off, man. They ain't feeling what's going on over there, and they're not feeling their women like that, man. They are, you know, they're not out there, you know, talking sideways as much, but their actions are showing everything. They are not fucking with them like that, man. It's tough, and I think it's going to get real tough for Japanese women as time goes on. Their dudes ain't messing with them like that. They're letting them starve in the streets now. That's what's going on, which I was very surprised to hear about before. So they're starving in the streets, and them guy Jings ain't saving them like that. You know, the guy Jings ain't going over there saving them women like that. They ain't saving them. So I don't know, man. I think it's going to be a tough picture for them. Man. It's going to be a tough picture for them.
All right. Next item on the docket is from FreightWaves.com. Fleet bankruptcies add downward pressure to used truck prices. Where's MOT when we need him?
He was just in the chat, wasn't he? Is he here?
I think he might be driving. Idle power units from fleet failures and bankruptcies are further pressuring used truck prices that closed the year 14% lower on average compared with 2018. A lot of excess, a lot of excess inventory will simply sit here in the U.S. and represent a sunk cost on someone's balance sheet. Chris Visser, JD Power Commercial Vehicles Senior Analyst and Product Manager, told FreightWaves on Thursday. Hundreds of trucking companies failed in 2019 with several entering bankruptcy protection. Their unused trucks may end up being sold to raise cash to pay creditors, but some less desirable models will end up being scrapped. How is this possible? These tractors add to the clogged pipeline of used trucks traded in for new units from a late 2018 fleet ordering frenzy to replace them. The prices of newer used fleet units limit export demand, but with new truck prices also depressed by a lack of new orders and high inventories, Visser speculated Southeast Asian and African countries may be interested in newer trucks.
Yeah.
There are only so many trucks these countries can take, though, and the legal and regulatory scenarios can be a moving target, he said. The downward pressure on used truck prices for Power's benchmarks group of 4 to 6 year old trucks was particularly heavy in the fourth quarter when the year-over-year decline in auction values was nearly 31% compared with 2018. We need to go back to the recession period of 2008, 2009 to see bigger year-over-year decline in auctioning prices.
Mike, I was just gonna say, man, like when you have that type of drop in prices, that suggests a glut in the market.
Class A auction. You gonna say something, Nico?
No, I was just saying. I just think that the market is definitely wow. If the market's getting that soft, I think it might, in some respects, it's probably a good move for those who were getting into the smaller end of the trucking business and do a lot of jobs around the place to probably get into the business. Because you can see the big fleet guys, man, there's only going to be a couple of big fleeters making it, and everyone else is going to pretty much be taking a bath. So I think for the smaller guys, for the smaller operator, it actually that gives me reason to believe that it might be good for the small operator to get
Yeah,
into the
MOT
game
was
now,
just
especially if
MOT
you can
was
buy a
just saying
truck.
that recently.
But yeah, especially if you can buy a truck at a getting ready to scrap price. What, they're gonna be scrapping some of these trucks?
Right. That's
Jesus Christ.
like
Good time to get into.
yeah, that's like make an offer. This shit is literally getting scrapped up. Right. So
That's right.
pennies on the dollar.
Yeah,
That's
I
exactly right. That's exactly.
MOT said that he doesn't pay more than 20 bands for a truck, so that makes a lot of sense.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, well, if the market is going the way it's going in his favor.
Right.
Right. Class 8 auction volume increased dramatically in December, though pricing dropped more than expected. According to Power's Commercial Truck Guidelines newsletter, trucks sold at retail also lost value as only low mileage trade-ins attracted significant interest from buyers. Yeah, that makes sense. People look at low mileage as a way to gauge usability and longevity. Fleets and dealers typically seek to get unused trucks and excess inventory off the books at the end of the year. Auction activity of 4 to 7 year old used trucks suggests that fleets dispose of older units before year end in favor of new trucks they ordered that feature better fuel efficiency and safety equipment that could positively impact insurance costs and total cost of ownership (TCO). The influx of used trucks in December drove month-over-month pricing markedly lower. Model year 2016, $27,051 average, $3,699, 12% lower than November. So if you look at this, from 2012 to 2016, you'll see that the price, although the price increases, the differential is actually lower.
Mm-hmm. This is also the perfect opportunity for somebody who wanted to, let's say you wanted to open up a shop, ultimately, building and, customizing and retrofitting trucks for like hybridization and electrification. Dude, there is an abundance of surplus vehicles to be bought for pennies on the dollar. Like the ones that aren't running, for example, you could probably get it for like next to nothing. And you may as well start with that right there. You know what I mean? Start building hybridized, convert trucks, pre-existing fleets to hybridization. Mm-hmm. See, there's a business in retrofitting. We've seen this when we do like the car talks, and sometimes we'll talk about cars that are what they call retro modded, mm-hmm. Resto modded. So you take an old 68 Camaro or some shit, but all the suspension components, the motor, the engine management system, everything is modern.
All right.
Right. So,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike. Good. No, go ahead.
If anyone's holding on to an average to higher mileage truck, hoping that its value will recover, my advice would be to trade now, Visser said. There are so many average to lower mileage trucks available right now that I don't see older units recovering in 2020.
I mean, this news sounds dour, but at the end of the day, I think there's a room for. It looks like there's a lot of opportunity here as well.
Yeah, well, I just said, like, if you're retrofitting fleets, man, that means there's an abundance of trucks that can be converted.
Yeah, fractionalized ownership of these trucks.
Dude.
Yep. And then if you get a good savvy kind of business guy who gets a decent route and gains up some decent clients and can haul a lot of smaller freight around and kind of get around that way. I think there's and your overhead is low and your profit margins can be a lot higher. I think you have an opportunity where we can make some nice money.
Think about it. Like let's take a single truck, and let's just say you paid 10 grand for it, right? You paid 10 grand for it, and then you put another 10 into it, but you have the cash to do it, right? So um, outside of the cash investments you put in on the truck, you don't have any like, you know, loan overhead or anything like that, finance overhead or nothing outside of just the bands that you took out of pocket.
Well,
Right.
that's the bottom line right there, Complex. You're talking about coming in with you know, being able to finance the whole operation up front without taking out any loans or taking anything you have to sit back and amortize out, do a lot of business on, and do, you know.
But I want to add another layer to it. So what
Yeah.
Mike was just saying, adding a model of fractionalization to it. So
Right.
then what I do is now I take the sum total of what I paid into it, and then I sell off double the fractionalized, share value, right? See, so what I do is I sell $40,000 of shares, and now this truck's been converted to electric or what have you. And what it does is it does the work, and that 40,000 basically gets paid back over the course of the work to all the shareholders.
Well, not only that, it also will net you, you know, money on that. Another for that 40 grand you get back if you're gonna.
That's what I mean. It's like you cleared it,
or even triple that money as far as what you'll get back in overall profit. So
right.
Yes.
Yeah, you cleared the cost of the truck. You put it in the operation. Now the truck produces work, derives passive revenue not only for you but for the individuals who bought in to own a piece of a vehicle that's doing work, so that they receive a passive revenue stream. That's how fractionalization, what Mike was mentioning, that's how it would work in this scenario.
Let me finish reading this last paragraph.
Okay.
But lower prices cut both ways. There are incentives on new trucks, and used trucks are extremely affordable, Visser said. So even though your current rig is worth less than it was a few months ago, so is that newer truck you might be looking at. So, you know, I wish MOT was here to actually speak at length to something like this, because maybe he might have a difference of opinion or something to that effect.
Or something to add into it. You're right.
Yeah.
He was a lot, but I thought he was around.
Isaac of Olympia, he said a truck and a freight app. It's best to be a one man, one truck. Yeah, like a truck that you pay cash for, and Uber Freight. Get your money.
Yeah. I don't even know. I know MOT mentioned it before, but I don't even know what he uses. Peterbilt or no, it's not Peterbilt. He uses
Freightliner.
Yeah, I think he uses Freightliner from 2007 to 20.
Yeah, he said there was a certain year range that.
I think it's from 2000 to 2009.
Yeah. He doesn't buy any trucks brand. He doesn't get them all brand new, because the overhead on them are too high. And then he figures after maybe 2 or 3 years, these suckers are going to design to break down on you anyway, and send you right back to the manufacturer to put in a new engine, and do this and do that.
No, he's avoiding those DPF based trucks.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't it like some sort of technology or some sort of emissions or EPA something?
It's the DPF ones. So he's avoiding those. I think they started doing those in 2011 and 2012 or something like that. He gets
okay.
That.
Right.
Yeah. But he's smart. He understands. The overhead, especially running a freight of his size, the overhead is a killer. So
well, even if you can't, even if you're not going to use it for production use, for training purposes, that can come in very handy to charge people up to get their CDLs on the road.
Yeah, it's a low-cost vehicle.
Yeah, it doesn't go very far.
Yeah, the name of the game is get the lowest cost you can, man, and if it's super reliable, you can really deal with that truck. Then you can definitely make money. There's definitely opportunity in the game. You can see that. It's pretty obvious. The big giant players, or the guys who are all trying to be the super freight guys, the Maersks and all of them. If you're trying to compete with them, I think you're gonna lose your ass around the block. But for the smaller guys, I think there's a chance to really do quite well and find a nice niche and then do well in it.
Yeah, Isaac said it's DEF. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. I was thinking of Def Jam, Russell Sims and whatnot. All right, this one is from businessinsider.com. Online brokers like Robinhood are hyping fractional share trading. Here's why they want you to get hooked on dollar slices of stock.
Oh shit.
Fractional share trading has quickly become a buzzword in the discount brokerage industry, signaling a new front in the fiercely competitive space. In the fall, brokers race to slash trading commissions on stocks and options to zero, doing away with one potential revenue stream in the process. With that fierce price war behind them, startups and legacy brokers alike are now looking to stand out, lock in customers, and build out new ways of bringing in money. Firms have been making noise about launching platforms that allow investors to buy and sell tiny portions of stocks. Many are marketing the offering as a way to democratize investing and allow average customers to own popular but highly priced stocks like Amazon and Alphabet. Industry experts say fractional share trading serves as a way to lock in customers early in their investing careers, with the hopes of cross-selling products to them down the line. It also hooks customers on a subscription-like model of regularly putting their cash into stocks, investing on some kind of autopilot as paying your Netflix bill. Broader effort to court younger investors. Jen Butler, the director of asset management and brokerage research at Corporate Insight, said in an interview, and the process of splitting up shares and matching them with buyers and sellers could offer another source of revenue for the firms, even if the trade involved no commission. The growth of fractional share offerings highlights firms' ongoing efforts to lure and keep a young set of investors that have grown accustomed to automated dirt cheap investment options. Thanks to the rise of passive indexing, digital trading platforms, and low-cost robo-advisors. Going after so-called Henrys, high earners, not rich yet customers, and maintaining scale in an ultra-competitive environment have become important themes for brokerage and wealth management firms, said Pauline Bell, an equity research analyst at CFRA Research. It's about volume, getting more customers and cross-selling other products, Bell said in an interview. Fractional shares at firms of all sizes allow investors the chance to buy portions of stocks is not entirely new. Many firms already offer the feature in the form of dividend reinvestment programs, DRIPs, which allow shareholders to reinvest their holdings dividends into additional or fractional shares. M1 Finance was one of the first adopters of fractional share trading, offering it when the fintech launched in September 2016. More than 3 years later, it has grown to be one of the largest fractional share utilizers in the marketplace. Brian Barnes, M1's founder and CEO, told Business Insider. The Chicago-based startup, which averages 250,000 customer transactions a day, encourages customers to think of their portfolios in terms of percentages of different stocks as opposed to buying and selling specific shares. Don't care about price per share, care about the value of the company and what portion of it is represented in your portfolio, Barnes said.
Fractionalization.
Mm-hmm. For Barnes, fractional share trading is about more than simply being able to afford stocks that might be out of the customer's price range. Instead, he believes the approach is a good way to cater to customers' behaviors. Investments aren't typically one-off events, Barnes said. Instead, people are more likely to continue to put money into their portfolio, treating it like a monthly subscription service. Yeah. Let me read this one last paragraph and then we'll move on. the ongoing $500 every 2 weeks is just a smaller dollar amount, and being able to divvy that into the right amount of security and across many security, you sort of need fractionalization to support that. Or instead, the digital personal finance company SoFi launched a fractional share program for customers last summer with $1 minimum, though it offers access to only around 50 different stocks in exchange traded funds. All right. So we just got finished talking about fractionalization of.
I was about to say, like, if y'all think we're out of our fucking minds when we talk about fractionalization as an ownership model, as an investment vehicle, as a reality. Please don't question us anymore. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I think there's a lot of ways we can go about this. When we talk about these articles, man, we reference it back to the Black community and how would a vehicle like this actually can be leveraged?
Would you say, Mike? Would you say, Nagone? Would you say that if one were resourceful about their UBI stipend, I don't know, like, what would you think about, leveraging something like a UBI, a portion of it, a percentage of it monthly, as they talked about there, where it's more like a Netflix subscription. So where your $1,000 UBI, technically, because of the financial investment activity you got going on, maybe at some point becomes $1,200 a month.
Well, we shouldn't look at EUBI from that perspective. We should actually.
Well, I mean, I'm just what people are kind of arguing, right? Like the value of it, and I'm just saying, for someone who, may not have traditionally had like the spare change, if you will, to throw at something like this. I mean, I'm trying to make a case for a very rational, reasonable, logical use case for something like a UBI. I mean, it's no different than Andrew Yang mentioning that UBI would, enable people to participate in the political process a bit more, because they have a little more money to utilize to do it with. And I mean, I was just making a correlative case.
That would be fine if it actually existed, if it was out of the pilot phase, right?
Right.
But it's not out of the pilot phase, so we can't actually put that theory into practice. But what we can say is that those true religion genes, those Jordans, those sort of low return on investment emotional purchases that Black people make can actually be redirected into fractional ownership, into online stock brokerage firms like Robinhood and things of that nature.
Or that.
So
yep.
That's what I'm trying to get at, right? So I saw a YouTube video. I know pretty much everyone else has probably seen it, where there's one dude on YouTube who basically slept on a hay bed, man, had like 80 boxes of Jordans in his room. You scratch your head and you look at this and you say, well, where's the common sense here? Where are the priorities?
There's a question here. It's Mac Red said, but isn't fractional share buying a tax nightmare for the preppers of taxes and costs an arm and a leg to the stockholders / client? Not necessarily. I mean, you have these, you have these tools that basically keep a running tally of your cryptocurrency transactions. It basically just spits out a form at the end of the year when you need to go do your taxes. So, I mean, I don't see why a similar tool could be used for a fractionalized investment, investment table either.
Well, see, that's the reason why we talked about this before. We did a whole live stream about public banking and why public banking is so important for Black people. Everybody talk about how they big booty spending and this and that, but you have no public bank, so therefore you can't control. You don't have any say in what goes on financially in your communities, because you don't have any sort of fiduciary system like a public banking system would be.
Right.
The banking system would determine whether or not that you get a basketball court, or you get a new library, or you get a new innovation lab, or you get a new
Or a playground.
Right. That's why that's important.
This is true.
You know, public banking does create fractional ownership because everybody puts in. At the end of the day, they have equal say in everything, and it democratizes it. Well, we're moving into a shared economy. That's why you have these,
That's yeah.
shared biking systems, Uber, Lyft,
Bird.
even now, you know, yeah, Bird, but you're also seeing some of these new, you know, Zip Car and Get Around.
Is it Toro?
Yeah, Toro, which is basically an Airbnb for people's cars.
What else? Yeah. It becomes a thing where you basically because you have a shared it's a shared ecosystem, then everybody has access. Yeah, everybody has access.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you know, the money flow goes into an ecosystem where you have one entity that essentially from a logistics standpoint handles all of the accommodations for, you know, all of the users, and they all use these services and stuff as a platform or a resource.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but both opening up a barbershop is more important. Getting your beard trimmed up and you know, your little eyebrows done and things like that. That's more important. Garage sales to raise money. There you go. Let's move on to the next one. This one is from AMD stock page on Google, but I wanted to put this in there because it broke $50. We've been talking about this stock since 2018 to pay attention to AMD stock because it's going to explode. We talked about that. It was, let me do the 5-year thing here. We talked about that in 2018 and it was moving at $10 a share. Okay, we were talking about it then, $10 a share. I said, pay attention to the stock. It's going to explode. Actually, yeah, it was $12 a share, sorry. Let's see. We talked about that in August and it skyrocketed to $23 a share. And then it came back down to about $18 around this time, around August 3rd, 2018. Go back and check the archives around August. We talked about this. Pay attention to AMD stock. And now today, it's at $50. So for all the naysayers who say that, you know, we don't know what we're talking about, you know, eat your heart out, man. Yeah, Johnny Blaze jumped on AMD stock when it was $30. So he jumped on it back in September. Let me see. Yeah, he jumped on it back in last summer. So he jumped on it last summer and now it's at $50. All right, this is from Business Insider.com. Simply ludicrous. Wall Street's most bearish stocks strategist says eye bleeding valuations are just one factor that could send the market spiraling lower in 2020. Tension on Wall Street is palpable. Talks of war, recession fears, and uncertainty around the 2020 election aren't exactly helping the cause either. Still, despite this backdrop, the path of least resistance seems to be higher. After all, the S&P 500 closed out 2019 with a 29%, while eclipsing new all-time highs. And according to age-old Wall Street folklore, the trend is your friend. But not all have adopted sanguine prognostications for 2020. The S&P 500 at 33,200 and trading at its current multiple is simply ludicrous, said Peter Cecchini, global chief market strategist at Cantor Fitzgerald, in a recent client note. In our view, long rates and U.S. equities are reading from different sheets of music. He added, some would argue equities are just justifiably priced precisely because of these low long yields. We disagree. To Cecchini, low yields don't justify high stock valuations. He actually argues the opposite. In his mind, yields are low because growth is, and he argues that a low growth environment isn't necessarily conducive to higher stock prices. Multiple expansion and buybacks have driven earnings, and earnings quality is poor. He said, looking at pre-tax domestic profits as measured by the Bureau of Economic Analysis, profits are down 13% in 5 years, akin to the pre-2001 period. Interesting. The crux of Cecchini's argument is that our earnings aren't growing organically. He says they are instead being artificially propped up by buybacks, and that growth is being replaced by a reduction in share count. And then there's the matter of valuations, which Cecchini thinks have taken a backseat to less precise forces. While always important, sentiment is now the primary driver of equity market performance, he said. Cecchini isn't alone in his views either. Early in the week, Wharton School professor Jeremy Siegel expressed similar angst when he said, I'm just a little worried that this is becoming a momentum-driven market at the moment, and you don't know how far it will go. The chart below shows a chart cited by Cecchini shows the ratio between enterprise value of S&P 500 companies and trailing 12-month earnings before interest, taxes, and depreciation and amortization. It's currently at levels only seen at the height of the dot-com bubble. So we can't really, we can't really zoom in on this, but presently, both conventional and less conventional valuation metrics suggest that valuation is extreme. He said, whether a recession is imminent or not, the risk reward to U.S. large cap equities seems poor. But people will come to this channel and tell us and tell everybody else the economy is doing well. Relative to what, I ask? To that end, Cecchini says investors piling in at this stage in the game are risking a lot to make a little. Going beyond subpar earnings and stream valuations, Cecchini relayed a plethora of headwinds that market bulls will have to weather going forward. Monetary policy has largely reached the end of a secular trend. The effectiveness of policy, including QE, quantitative easing in Japan and Europe, has dwindled. The Fed has hard choices it will be loath to make, like more QE, quantitative easing. Imminent fiscal policy action is unlikely in the US and Europe. US job creation has been low quality, thus productivity gains are unlikely. Let me say that one more time. US job creation has been low quality, thus productivity gains are unlikely.
Wait, what was the first part of that statement?
US job creation has been low quality, thus
low quality. So when I guess they're referencing like gig economy type work.
Mhm.
Okay.
U.S. job, well, low quality would be from a production standpoint. Making hamburgers isn't exactly a good manufacturing.
It's that's yeah, it's not necessarily a good GDP driver, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The trade dispute remains on a long march, and optics ultimately won't suffice. The progression in rates markets continue to sing risk off. With all of that under consideration, Ciccini shares his specific forecast for 2020. Thus, despite eager central banks, we believe a recession in the second half of 2020 is now a possibility worthy of discussion. Let me repeat that again. Thus, despite eager central banks, we believe a recession in the second half of 2020 is now a possibility worthy of discussion. He concluded, using our base case multiple of 17.7x and our base case earnings of $163, our S&P drawdown target becomes $2,880. That's a roughly 12% drop from current levels. The current levels is 3,200.
All I'm asking is if you come here and you want to have a discussion about this type of stuff, can you just give us some corollary data similar to this? It's like, that's all we ask.
Second half of 2020. The article we read on the receipts last year we did a few weeks ago discussed over 200 chief financial officers from different retail and other organizations saying, yeah, there's going to be a recession 2020. We see it on our spreadsheets. This is leading to a recession in 2020.
Well, Mike, Mike, they would know, right? It's their goddamn stores, all their retail locations, brick and mortar retail locations that are closing, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would know.
Yeah.
They would be the ones to tell you.
Yeah, they're looking at the numbers. Walgreens, we have a Walgreens right down the street from us. Just suddenly, we woke up next morning and it was closed. There was a corporate shutdown for select Walgreens stores across the country.
But wait a minute, didn't we cover an article where they already said that was going to happen?
Say that one more time.
I said, didn't we cover an article that covered that was going to happen?
Yeah. But they didn't say which ones. They just said this many stores would.
Yeah, they had announced that they were going to be shuttering some locations.
Yeah, if people had their prescriptions up in there and they couldn't get their prescriptions. They just woke up one morning and the store was closed. Signs removed, everything. It was a gangster takeover. Grand opening, grand closing. So I'll read that last paragraph again. Thus, despite eager central banks, we believe a recession in the second half of 2020 is now a possibility worthy of discussion. He concluded, using our base case multiple of 17.7x and our base case earnings of $163, our S&P drawdown target becomes $2,880. Now, if we go back up, we'll see that the S&P 500 at 3,200 and trading at its current multiple is simply ludicrous. So if it's trading currently at 3,200 and they're saying a drawdown target becomes 2,880. You do the math on that.
Somebody's losing out.
The economy's losing out. Low quality jobs and production. Low quality job output is as low productivity output.
It's all related.
Mhm.
Mike, do we have the link in the chat in case people want to hop on?
Yeah, there should be a link.
Okay. No, real talk though. If there are individuals who do want to, really do have a discussion about these type of topics. I mean, we need data so that we can compare and contrast. Like, really, it's really hard to go data versus opinion, data versus speculation, data versus philosophical position. Like this.
Or data against emotionalism.
There you go. That too. Yeah.
Yeah, because we see a lot of emotional outbursts out here without really thinking. So we definitely want to know what the numbers really look like and where we really are, as opposed to an emotional reaction to where we think we should be, and not really understanding what the situation is truly on the ground.
All right, this next one is from cryptobriefing.com. 2030, the end of fiat currencies. All right, Deutsche Bank has released a report arguing that the next decade could usher in the end of fiat currencies. Could their analysis be right? And what part does cryptocurrency have to play in that? Imagine 2030, a special edition of Concept, released by a research team at German banking giant Deutsche Bank, suggests that certain factors that have held the fiat money system together since the 1970s are beginning to weaken. With the collapse of the gold-based Bretton Woods global monetary system in the early 1970s, national currencies became delinked from precious commodities like gold. For those of you who don't understand the Bretton Woods global monetary system, go back to our gold, dollars, and power discussion from last summer. We talked about this.
Yeah, we got into some detail, and it really makes some sense out of this, because this all sounds a little confusing, but it's really not as confusing as you might see it when you find that dollars are now not linked to any kind of real valuable backup system. So it's based on a lot of faith and a lot of the bull crap that will put you in a tizzy that you may not ever be able to recover from. Mm-hmm. So just want to be clear on that. Anyway, I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
With the collapse of the gold-based Bretton Woods global monetary system in the early 1970s, national currencies became de-linked from precious commodities like gold. Its replacement, fiat money, was based on little more than trust in the government to maintain its value. The independence of the fiat money from any inherent backing, however, introduced the problem of inflation. Governments became free to print as much or as little money as they wanted in response to perceived economic needs. Society has become so attuned to the notion that prices always rise that it is easy to forget that, save for rare events of upheaval, inflation did not significantly exist prior to the fiat being free from its commodity backing. This chart below demonstrates a substantial spike in customer prices from 1970 to the 1980s. And so we're looking at from the 1700s, this is over 270 years of consumer price index. So from the 1700s all the way to 2015, I mean, they captured all this information, all this data, which I think is really good. You'll see that the Civil War really spiked up in the 1860s, really spiked up the consumer price index. You know, the Confederates got torn out the frame down there, so.
Sure did.
And then you see it kind of dip between the 1890s and World War I, and then it spikes back up from World War I up to World War II, and then it kind of dips and spikes back up after the war, and then through the Cold War, it kind of increases. But that's reflective of myriad of issues such as the formation of the Bretton Woods.
Yeah, and that that was that. I mean, that was right after, basically, well, during, but kind of, after World War II, and that's kind of where we saw it. And then I'm sure we see another nice spike after we came off the gold standard. The end of Bretton Woods under the Nixon administration, and we've been in this fairyland game ever since.
Yeah, because it's linked to productivity as well. Because what happened after, if you take away the war economy, you start to see mass production of automobiles, mass production of phone systems and things of that nature, TVs, other consumer staples, mass staples like homes and automobiles, things of that nature became a part of that. So, all right. Deutsche Bank suggests that the 50-year fiat system that introduced inflation and which took a financial meltdown to contain has been held in check, not by governments, but by fortress set of global forces across multiple decades that have created sizable natural offsetting disinflationary forces. The analysts suggest those forces are now under threat. In the latest, central banks are pursuing yet another round of interest rate cuts and quantitative easing programs that have been in place since the global financial crisis. Inflation has not been a threat for over a decade and remains under its 2% target levels in the US and Europe. Given low inflation risk and sluggish economic growth, central bankers worldwide are doing what they can do to stimulate growth by making money cheap. But after a decade of failure to stimulate projected growth levels, is their arsenal ill-equipped for the job in an increasingly interconnected world? So we're talking about Industry 4.0. Deutsche Bank argues that globalization, deregulation, and demographic shifts since the 1980s had more to do with keeping inflation in check than central banks. Citing China's integration into the global marketplace, economies worldwide have benefited from a range of downward forces on prices, a surge in labor force, the export of deflation through low production costs from the emerging world to the developed world, and labor's declining share of GDP. China's capacity to produce goods cheaply has caused stagnation in wages in the developed world.
Cheap labor, cheap labor, cheap labor. Go ahead.
That means keeping inflation at bay has been easy, with demographics pointing to smaller working age populations over the next few decades. However, labor costs look set to rise. Given the increasingly popular belief that monetary policy is losing its effectiveness for the working class and the growing threat of nationalism, governments may need to focus on lower income workers who feel globalization has left them behind. To do so, they may become forced to use fiscal rather than monetary measures to address economic concerns. So they're talking about, in America, they're talking about the Midwest sector, Detroit, Ohio, coal miners, all of those factory workers from GM, Ford, and the big three, Caterpillar, John Deere. A lot of those jobs have been automated. A lot of those people have been left behind. You have a lot of mayonnaise people who are very frustrated with the system.
Hey, Mike, I just also want to say a lot of those jobs that you just mentioned have been shipped out of the country. just like with the Carrier Corporation, just closed up a plant back in 2017. People had to leave because what did they do? They went down to Mexico. They could produce that product down there a lot cheaper. So cheap labor is a major, big, part of production, as we know. And to keep that cost low as possible will give you a better return on your products overall costs and returns because of its relatively cheaper labor costs. So here, that's where we're talking about the Midwest and these areas that have been emptied out, and everybody else is moving towards the coastal areas and so forth. You have a lot of these people who are in these areas, many of them are not well educated. Many of them, some of them, the mayonnaise men, many of them have problems even reading. So that's where, so having to retrain these people is going to be kind of testy. That's where, I know we're not trying to get into that, but that's where where this UBI might actually come into play. I'm just putting that in there. Just, it's not a part of this conversation a little bit. I'm just going to put that in there because I think it's appropriate.
Okay. All right. Without China and other industrializing nations continuing to place downward pressure on labor costs to offset the inflationary byproduct of fiscal stimulus, monetary debasement could reemerge as a threat to economic stability. The World Bank recently issued a warning about unsustainable global debt levels. Describing 4 waves of debt-fueled growth over the last 50 years, the group says the most recent, which began in 2010 in emerging and developing economies, has already witnessed the largest, fastest, and most broad-based increase in debt. Total debt has risen by 54 percentage points of GDP to a historic peak of almost 170% of GDP in 2018. The total U.S. debt sits at around $2,000% of GDP, according to some analysts.
Wow.
The Wall Street Journal measures the increase in global debt among governments, businesses, and households at 50% since the GFC. Those debt levels mean central banks are reluctant to allow interest rates to creep up too high to offset the inflationary genie that fiscal stimuli would let out of the bottle. With an entire global economy and its workforce facing a stark choice between runaway inflation or crippling interest rates and recession, a loss of faith in the fiat currency system could emerge. If things play out as Deutsche Bank suggests they may, the trust in government that underpins that non-peg fiat system could be breached. Cryptocurrency would stand to benefit from the end of fiat as more and more people seek a way to escape the unavoidable monetary debasement that inflation would cause and to preserve their wealth. Many have also argued that aggressive monetary policy has benefited the rich at the expense of the poor. Its impact has been soaring property and stock prices, while everyday prices and real wage growth has been stagnant. Let me say that again. Its impact has been soaring property and stock prices, while everyday prices and real wage growth has been stagnant. So people have not been making as much money as they should have relative to the soaring price of property and other staples.
Hence increase the credit to try to pull that off. Yep. But anyway, go ahead.
I did mention that to a certain.
Yeah, let me finish this real quick. The perilous position the global economy now faces could mean a leveling out of the playing field and a chance to start fresh with a new system that places trust in code rather than politicians. The end of the fiat could be nigh, and demand for cryptocurrencies could surge as a result. We talked about Akon being in Africa, creating his own cryptocurrency out there in Senegal. We've been talking about cryptocurrencies and Black people for a minute, decentralized, de-linked currencies.
Sure have. And that's when people were talking about, well, your face ain't on the money. Remember that?
No, my face ain't on the money, but my lines of code are in the currency itself.
Say what?
My lines of code are in the currency itself. So, we've had people argue that cryptocurrency is fool's gold, that this is BS. But we're reading the article that the Deutsche Bank issued a report that the end of fiat currencies by the end of the decade. Most Black people don't even have $100 in their savings account. What a way to start.
Black people don't have how much in their savings account? 900? That's a lot.
1,500.
Oh, forget about
The system's about to get torn out the frame. What are Black people going to do about this?
Gotta be. That's what we talk about that here. People say, "Hey, you're talking doom and gloom."
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Stop talking that. People are not looking at what the situation is truly on the ground. Keep talking about this. So, folks have to look at this. We've had many conversations. I don't know how many. I don't know. Complex. How many live streams have been done on this?
We're shoot, man. We're over like 420 something.
On this subject alone, I mean, we've had a lot. So I don't know.
Well, within that 420, I would say maybe if you were just to say a good fourth of those, so over 100.
Doom and gloom, right? Okay.
I guess.
Fair point. Bunch of DP going on. You read these articles. People getting DP'd out here.
Horrible
no. Oh no. and a Dom game. And a Dom game run on you.
Comprehensive Dom game. So
comprehensive Dom game.
Yeah. So Matt Blaylock actually disagrees with Nicole in the chat.
What's that? What is he saying? Disagrees with Nagone?
Yeah, let me move on.
Somebody disagree with me? Oh, they can disagree, but I'm just saying, hey, look what the facts are. I don't mind you disagreeing. Just take a look at what's going on.
Yeah, let me read this real quick. NPR.org. China to test digital currency. Could it end up challenging the dollar globally? Everybody's talking digital currency except for us, right? China is light years ahead of the United States in doing away with old-fashioned paper money. Now, China's central bank is preparing to test a digital currency, and some observers say it could mark the beginning of a new economic arms race, challenging the supremacy of the US dollar. Now, addendum real quick, on our previous addendum episode, some people would argue that China is not doing very well. They have a lot of poverty over there because they have a lot of poverty in their country that somehow that's an indicator of them not doing well. But this opening statement says China is light years ahead of the United States in doing away with old-fashioned paper money. Now, China's central bank is preparing to test a digital currency. And some observers say it could mark the beginning of a new economic arms race, challenging the supremacy of the US dollar. If your country's not doing well, you don't challenge, you don't have an economic arms race of supremacy. Already, hundreds of millions of consumers in China have grown used to paying for purchases without cash, using popular smartphone apps such as WeChat and Alipay. Everything is immensely convenient in China, said Martin Chorazempa, a research fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics. You pretty much only need these two apps to do just about anything. You walk into a restaurant, scan a code, and order your food. You don't have to wait for a waiter. All the payments are automatic. It's quite extraordinary. But they don't like you over there, though. Chinese tech, Chinese tech companies, counterparts to Amazon and Facebook, took the lead in developing this system. They leapfrogged ahead of their US competitors out of the necessity because China didn't start out with a well-established payment system built on credit cards. But China's living in poverty though. When Amazon started, it was a major challenge to figure out, well, how are people going to pay for the books that they order, said Patrick Chauvenet, chief strategist at Silvercrest Asset Management. With China, a lot of people didn't have credit cards, so they had to come up with ways to facilitate their customers doing this. Now that tech companies have paved the way, China's central bank wants a piece of this digital action. The bank has been working on a digital currency for the last 6 years. But the effort shifted into overdrive last summer after Facebook unveiled plans for its own electronic form of money called Libra. But people will tell you Chinese slave labor and they're living in squalor, asbestos everywhere.
Mike, I mean, come on, dude. You never saw Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Double Dragon. They are definitely one of the most advanced central banks in the world in thinking about moving forward on this issue. China's central bank worried that if nearly 2.5 billion Facebook users suddenly had their own electronic currency, China's digital money could be left in dust. The bank raced to complete design work and is now reportedly preparing for the first pilot test of its digital currency. They've been working on this for 6 years, and they heard an announcement from Facebook, and they kicked it into high gear. They didn't even use the clutch. They just moved on. They just used paddle shift and got into high gear. So that's how they moved. The digital yuan is expected to function more like its paper cousin than a cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin. Its value is tied to the regular yuan, so it's expected to be relatively stable. And the central bank will be able to monitor every transaction, so it won't have Bitcoins anonymity. Actually, the term that the central bank officials in China have used is controllable anonymity, which is one of the most Orwellian statements one could think about. If China stepped on the gas following Facebook's announcement, regulators in the US hit the brakes. Libra raises a lot of serious concerns, and those include around privacy, money laundering, consumer protection, and financial stability. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell told lawmakers last July, those are going to need to be thoroughly and publicly assessed and evaluated before this proceeds. Libra has also faced skepticism from other industrialized countries. Some of Facebook's original partners in the venture, including Visa and MasterCard, have backed out. But Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg is undaunted, casting the currency race as an international competition. China is moving quickly to launch a similar idea in the coming months, Zuckerberg told House Committee in October. If America doesn't innovate, our financial leadership is not guaranteed. But we've had people in the manosphere say otherwise. They'll tell you, America's doing great. I'm working. I have a pension. I have 401k. I'm okay. But Mark Zuckerberg says otherwise. Princeton University historian Harold James, who co-authored a paper on digital currency, said Zuckerberg has a point. This is coming from Princeton University historian Harold James. Michael Zuckerberg has a point. Zuckerberg is telling the House Committee, you're crazy. China is going to beat you.
You know, Mike, I don't want to say this is what you get when you have Luddite-leaning representatives in government, but I think, time is as good as any to go technocratic.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my view.
We're still in the really early stages of this, said Eric Nelson of Wells Fargo Securities. If China really wants to establish itself as a main reserve currency and try and dethrone the dollar, it's going to have to take a lot more steps on the governance front, on opening up its markets to foreign investors. I don't think digitization is going to be the thing that does it. Digital currencies could make financial transactions cheaper, easier, and more efficient. To the extent they catch on, though, they could also trigger an upheaval in the global financial system, regardless of whether they're sponsored by an American tech giant or the Chinese central bank. So there you have it. China is trying to develop their own financial nuclear weapon, which is a digital currency. take into consideration AI. Let's bring up this article from, let me see. And here we go again. Let's share my screen real quick. This is from September 4th, 2017. Putin says the nation that leads in AI will be the ruler of the world. Right now, China is up front or supposed to be up front by the end of this year in AI, in artificial intelligence. Take into consideration a digital currency, a digital yuan. And they're also looking at developments in distributed ledger technology, AKA blockchain. How much more do you want us to go into this?
I don't know, Mike. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't believe what you're saying.
Yeah, the Russian president warned that artificial intelligence offers colossal opportunities as well as dangers. This is the Russian president of the Russian Federation. Where are we at now? Yeah. Pull us up. All right, this is from CNBC.com. Target shares plunge as holiday sales miss estimates on weakness in toys and electronics. Everybody's all grown up now. Target has had expected it to be a standout among retailers for holiday sales, but the big box retailer reported disappointing results Wednesday. Its shares tumbled 7% on the news. Walmart, which hasn't reported holiday results, also traded lower, down 1.8%. Target said some same-store sales during November and December were up just 1.4% compared with growth of 5.7% a year earlier. The company said that despite missing the mark, it is maintaining a prior outlook for fourth quarter earnings. It also said the final 3 months of 2019 remains on track to mark Target's 11th consecutive quarter of same-store sales gains. Target said it found strength in apparel and beauty, while lackluster performance in key holiday categories like electronics, toys, and parts of its home business office offset those gains. CEO Brian Cornell said Target faced challenges throughout November and December in key seasonal merchandise categories, but because of the durability of our business model, we are maintaining our guidance for our fourth quarter earnings per share. While we knew this season was going to be challenging, it was even more challenging than we expected, Cornell added in a separate blog post. Especially this holiday season, Target was expected to be a winner in the toys category. The company has been devoting more square footage in stores to toys following Toys R Us liquidation. It has partnered with Disney to open mini Disney shops within certain Target shops. Target is also now powering the website of the Toys R Us brand that has relaunched post-bankruptcy. But this holiday season, Target said toy sales were about flat with the prior year. The company did say, however, that it continued to gain market share in toys throughout the holidays based on tracking data provided by the NPD Group. Target said electronic sales were down more than 6% in November and December, while sales of home items were down about 1%. Apparel sales were up about 5%. Beauty sales inched up roughly 7%, and food and beverage sales climbed about 3% during the holiday period, according to the company. Overall, the retail industry sales of electronics and appliances grew 4.6% from November 1st through December 24th, while the home furnishing and furniture and furnishings category was up 1.3%. Target's digital sales rose 19% thanks to more people using same-day options like curbside pickup when they buy online. Target said use of its same-day service grew more than 50% during November and December compared with 2018, driving about 75% of the retailer's overall digital sales growth this past holiday season. Target said it now expects fourth quarter same-store sales to fall in line with the 1.4% growth experienced during November and December, compared with the prior outlook of 3% and 4% growth. So all retail is pretty much saying the same thing. Everything is down. People don't really need to shop like that anymore. At least not from a brick and mortar perspective. People are using their phones to order. So all right, let me just speed through these last couple ones. All right, this one is from The Verge. Bose is closing all of its retail stores in North America, Europe, Japan, and Australia. Bose plans to close its entire retail store footprint in North America, Europe, Japan, and Australia. The company announced the decision earlier today and pointed to the fact that its headphones, speakers, and other products are increasingly purchased through e-commerce as the reason. Hundreds of employees will be laid off as a result. Bose opened its first physical retail store in 1993 and currently has locations in many shopping centers and the remaining malls scattered across the U.S. Those stores are used to showcase the company's product lineup, which has grown beyond Bose's signature noise canceling headphones in recent years to include smart speakers and sunglasses that double as earbuds. There are often similar demo areas at retailers like Best Buy through Bose, although Bose has plenty of competition to worry about in that environment. The Framingham, Massachusetts-based company is privately held and is not revealing exactly how many workers are being impacted by its decision to pull out of physical retail. I pass by this company every morning, so quite familiar with it. It doesn't surprise me that this is happening. We've been talking about retail going, brick and mortar going out of business for quite some time. So I'm surprised that Bose even had a store open to begin with. I remember, back in the 90s when Nissan had the Maxima, and they used to have the Bose sound system in there. And cats used to open up the trunk and roll the windows down and just let it thump.
There's a few Bose locations actually out here in SoCal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, this one is from NPR.com. Canceling student debt is easier than it sounds. Senator Elizabeth Warren has pledged to cancel up to $50,000 of debt for 95% of the student loan borrowers if she is elected president. Senator Bernie Sanders has proposed an even more generous plan if he's elected. Both are bold, controversial pitches that would have a hard time making it through a divided Congress. But on Tuesday, Warren announced she would use a little-known shortcut and wouldn't need Congress. As president, she says she could cancel the debts of tens of millions of student borrowers all on her own. It turns out she's probably right. Our country, our country's experiment with debt finance education went terribly wrong. Warren wrote in a statement, instead of getting ahead, millions of student loan borrowers are barely treading water. About 43 million student borrowers owe the U.S. government $1.5 trillion, according to the U.S. Department of Education. And until now, the department has only offered student loan forgiveness or cancellation to borrowers who meet certain criteria.
I'm telling you, that's pretty strong. If these kids are listening, not to say I don't know if that's a Hail Mary throw, but that's strong. If I was a kid, at voting age, I'm listening. I'm damn sure listening. That sounds pretty good. I like it. I like what I hear on that.
Maybe it's because they've been working in a public service position, or because they become disabled, or because they are saying that their school fundamentally cheated them, says Eileen Connor, the legal director of the Project on Predatory Student Lending at the Legal Services Center of Harvard Law School. Those pathways exist. And I think what Senator Warren's proposal is pointing out is that there's also this freestanding power that the Secretary of Education has to cancel debts, not for those reasons, but really for any reason at all. Connor wrote an analysis that found Warren's pitch is both lawful and permissible. But is it a good idea? That debate has been raging since last year. When Warren first unveiled her plan, one critique from Adam Looney of the Urban Brookings Tax Policy Center says Warren's plan would disproportionately benefit the wealthy, with the bottom 20% of borrowers by income reaping just 4% of the savings. As such, Looney asked, why are those who went to college more deserving of aid than those who didn't? This authority may be news and poorly understood, but it isn't even remotely new. It dates back a half a century to 1958 in the US government's frenzied response to the Soviet Union launching Sputnik. Under then President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Congress passed the National Defense Education Act, which poured federal dollars into US colleges and universities and into students' pockets, all in the name of playing academic catch-up with the Soviets. But people in the manosphere will tell you that communism was no good, and that it didn't benefit anybody. But the Soviet Union was able to industrialize in 1 decade and get their satellites into space before the US did.
Well, you have a lot of people in the manosphere that don't understand history. They're caught in a lot of isms, and they haven't thought through this. Mm-hmm. They've been too into listening to Fox News and and WNBC, and the rest of this stuff, and they just haven't had the benefit of using their own minds to sit down and think through this by way of doing their own research, reading, and some understanding of history. They haven't done this.
But this is an ongoing pursuit. Being learned in the ways of the world and how the gears turn is an ongoing thing, right? So it's
you don't have to be a genius to do this, though. You don't have to be a genius.
No, you don't have to be a genius. You have to have an active interest, right? It's not like you just go and read a book and then say, "Oh, well, I read this book." It's like, okay, well, what did the markets do today?
Well, this is a problem. A lot of these people who are espousing these levels of ignorance actually think that they're smart. That's the problem.
Yeah. Let me finish reading this. Included in the legislation is one tightly packed sentence that says the government's appointed student loans commissioner, there was no education secretary back then, shall have the power to agree to modifications of agreements or loans made under this title, and to compromise, waive, or release any right, title, claim, or demand, however arising or acquired under this title. Put another way, the education secretary has the same kind of discretion as a criminal prosecutor, says Luke Heron, a lawyer and Yale Law School PhD student who has studied this authority extensively. He's also a full-throated advocate for what he calls a student debt jubilee. So,
Been talking about this.
Mhm. So in the same way that a prosecutor of criminal claims has discretion to determine whether to offer a plea deal, whether or not to pursue a case against somebody who may or may not have committed a crime, the Secretary of Education can determine not to enforce student debts basically for whatever reason, Hearn says. This authority was further expanded and codified in the landmark Higher Education Act of 1965. And because Congress has already bestowed this power on the Education Secretary, canceling student debt does not require additional say-so from Congress. There are a few potential roadblocks. Such a move would more than likely trigger lawsuits. It could also have tax implications. Traditionally, canceled student debt has been considered taxable income. And so any effort to erase hundreds of billions of dollars in student loans would require a sympathetic reading of the tax code. Otherwise, many students with large loans but small income-based monthly payments could face a sudden impossible tax bill. Still, Herron says a new administration could almost certainly find a legal workaround, and Warren pledged in her announcement that loan cancellation would not result in any additional tax liability for borrowers. Perhaps the most interesting question surrounding this provision that's been hidden in plain sight is this: why are we only now hearing about it? Carter says she Carter says she first took note of the provision and studied it as a means to help borrowers several years ago when students began claiming they had been defrauded by their for-profit colleges. Just because something has never been done before isn't an argument for never doing it, Carter says. And it's definitely not an argument that it can't be done. But should it be done? That's the question voters will have to answer. Of course it should be done. You had TARP, why not have a student loan jubilee? Why not? I see nothing wrong with this.
It's the same thing, fundamentally speaking.
Yeah. How many of those those fat cats on Wall Street, I mean, how many taxes did they have to pay? Apple didn't pay any taxes for a long time, which is why it became so freaking lucrative.
Wait a minute. Not only that, but all they did was they repatriated the money in the form of an Apple card. They gave you the money to buy their products with it and said, oh, we'll give you cash back incentives. Mm-hmm. That's a nice hustle. But no, to speak to your point, I mean, when they were talking about bailing out the banks and all that, I mean, who said, well, where are we going to get the money to do it?
Yeah. Yeah, they just wrote some,
just kind of did it, right?
Yeah, they opened up some zeros and ones in the computer, and that's what they did.
Zeroed it out. Yeah.
Now, when we talk about this, we start talking about reparations for ADOS, and we see that there's legal framework in there that allows for something like this to even take place. And there you go. All right, this one was sent in by Dr. Phoenix from worth.com. Shout out to Dr. Phoenix.
Yo.
College degrees used to make families wealthier. That's no longer true. Historically, a bachelor's degree was perhaps the single most important key to increasing people's income and their wealth. The conventional wisdom is that a college education all but guarantees access to the middle class and a higher standard of living for each successive generation. Yet new research from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis calls this equation into question. The numbers are stark. The college income premium still exists, but the wealth premium, the difference in net worth between college and normal college graduates, has plunged since 1940. Put simply, college graduates today are experiencing a profound struggle to generate wealth. The biggest culprit is likely the surging cost of higher education and accompanying increasing in student loan debt. The researchers analyzed the Federal Reserve's Board survey of consumer finances, which encompasses economic data about heads of households through the 20th century. While they still found that an income premium exists, meaning that college graduates still earn more than non-college graduates, the wealth premium has essentially disappeared for non-white graduates born in the 1980s. So they talk about Gen Xers or millennials as well, late millennials, or I should say early millennials, sorry. White college graduates born in the 1980s retain a wealth premium. This is a striking divergence between the income and wealth outcomes. The number of heads of household with college degrees has increased steadily for decades, and as of 2016 reached 34% compared to just 23% in 1989. There's been a similar trend in the number of households headed by someone with a postgraduate degree, with the number increasing to 13% in 2016 from 9% in 1989. Throughout that period, the income premium has remained steady at around 100% higher for those with four-year degrees compared to those without, and 175% higher for those with graduate degrees. Wealth accumulation is a different story. However, according to the report, among white bachelor's degree families, for example, the 1930s cohort owned 47% more wealth, and the 1940s cohort owned 195% more wealth than non-graduate families of the same age. But the 1980s cohort owned only 42% more wealth. For Black families, the decline in wealth premium was even more dramatic. While the wealth premium for Black college graduate families was 509% in the 1930s, it had reached 177% by the 1960s and was statistically indistinguishable from zero for both the 1970s and 1980s cohort. Essentially, the data seem to indicate that by the 1970s, Black families with college degrees had the same amount of wealth as those without.
Damn.
There are several possible explanations for why a college degree may still confer higher income without that translating into greater wealth accumulation. Older generations had an easier time accruing wealth when asset prices, particularly stocks, bonds, and housing, were low, making subsequent rates of return higher. Loosening financial regulations beginning in the 1980s made it easier for young people to get into trouble with consumer debt than their predecessors, the emergence of credit cards.
So, Mike, so they're saying very quickly that even having a college degree right now, with respect to the high price of everything, it's not even maybe even worth going to college. Is that kind of what they're saying?
I would say that's what it sounds like. I'm seeing it myself from an anecdotal perspective. I'm seeing a lot of criminal justice BWs, graduates working at Macy's and other non technical fields.
Agreed.
We got people working at Starbucks, bachelor's degree. What are you doing? You got Vin Baker, former NBA star, working at Starbucks as a barista.
Man, is he still working there?
Well, Delonte West working at Home Depot, moving sheetrock around.
He's still working there.
These guys made tens of millions of dollars. Now that's a little bit different. These guys they were fools. I'm talking about people who are not necessarily fools, but people who've gone to school and who've actually handled, who actually are poised to do some of the right things. I'm not talking about these foolish guys who have fortunes and blow them. I think that's a slightly different story. I think that's a slightly different story. Man, Ben Baker, these guys, they're out of their minds.
While the overall level of consumer prices has increased by a factor of 4 since 1978, the report says the cost of college tuition and fees has increased by a factor of almost 14, more than triple the overall increase in consumer prices. Indeed, the 1980s cohort of college graduates, most of whom attended college after 2000, experienced a very sharp decline in wealth outcomes. Those two trends, the slump in household net worth and the drastic rise in student loan debt, are becoming increasingly acute. Total student loan debt has reached $1.46 trillion compared to $870 billion for credit card debt and $1.2 trillion for automotive debt. Almost forgot about that. Most of that student loan debt has been added in the last 2 decades. In 2003, total American student debt had sat just about at just $240 billion. This debt has already become a political issue. The U.S. presidential candidate Elizabeth Warren calling for large portions of student debt to be canceled. We just read about that. If family net worth continues to slump in years to come, industries that depend on wealthy families for business, wealth management, and real estate, for instance, may increasingly feel the pinch as well. So, you compound that with the prediction by Deutsche Bank that fiat currencies may be going away. You have no difference in degreed versus non-degreed Black people. You also have a looming recession for 2020.
So much for select and non-select.
Well, you could be select for the chopping block if you're not.
Select for the chopping. Reverse select.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's a comment I wanted to read. I thought it was pretty provocative. This is from Jaws 2003. Was that a movie? Let's see. I see that with my cousin as well. She had a lot of education credentials to teach, and now she wants to model and work in the bikini bar in Central Florida.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, get them super chats going. Get that Cash App popping. Streamlabs, Patreon.
Shout out.
Yeah, something. Doom and gloom, though. That's what they'll tell you.
Let's see. Jibba Jabba says, anyone know of an ex-gen with a pension account? As savings vehicle changed to 401k accounts during this era, no guaranteed benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an older Gen Xer?
Mm-hmm. I think Nagone may have been the last one.
Or yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of in trance. I'm heading out here for a little bit, fellas. So listen, I'm gonna have to fall back, and I'll just listen in. All right.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, maybe even Dollar Will might have been the last one.
Dollar Will, yeah.
Dollar Will might have been the last one. All right, this next one is from WashingtonPost.com. This is the student loan problem that no one talks about: graduate school debt. All right, this one's behind the paywall. Congressional leaders and Democratic presidential candidates are now proposing huge investments in undergraduate education, including tuition-free public college and larger grants for students from low-income families. Although those policies would reduce the need to borrow for certificates and associates and bachelor's degrees, they ignore the staggering debt Americans amass in graduate programs. Yeah, this is actually true.
Mm-hmm.
It's by the paywall, so I don't have the ability to read the whole thing, but it does sound pretty interesting. But it doesn't surprise me that graduate school debt would be so high. When I went to go do my graduate's degree at BU, I think it was like 35, 40 grand.
Yeah, I don't see why anyone would think it would be cheap.
Yeah, you go to a D1 school, and I can tell you right now that's going to be 50, 60, 70, 80 grand. MBA is like 90 grand at Stanford.
Don't get me started on like UCLA, USC.
Yeah. I know plenty of people who have MBAs, man. They're not really, well, I should say MBAs. But yeah, I do know people who are going to graduate school, going right into debt, they're just doing a swan dive into debt notes. So All right. This is the last one on the docket. BusinessInsider.com. Here's why so many millennials making six-figure salaries still feel broke. Some millennials feel that their six-figure paychecks are stretching thin. As Mel Corker, Alicia reported for the New York Post in October, they are known as Henrys. The acronym short for high earner, not rich yet, was invented by Sean Tooley in a 2003 Fortune magazine article and has come to characterize a certain group of six-figure earners who are mostly millennials, Alicia wrote. According to the experts, the typical Henry earns over $100,000 is in their early 30s and struggles to balance their spending and saving habits. As a result, they are behind in wealth building and are not inching closer to their financial goals. Their comfortable, if not lavish, lifestyle is partially to blame for feeling broke. But so too is an economy that seems good but has a lot of tension bubbling under its surface. One of a Henry millennial's biggest financial issues is that they typically live above their means and fall victim to lifestyle creep. Gideon Drucker, a certified financial planner at Drucker Wealth and the author of the upcoming book, How to Avoid Henry Syndrome. Lifestyle creep occurs when one increases their standard of living to match a rise in their discretionary income, but just because a Henry's income keeps going up doesn't mean they have to spend more money, Drucker said. In fact, they shouldn't spend more if they get used to living off of $3,000 or $4,000 a month. They might wake up a decade later and find they are spending $10,000 a month, he added.
You should not practice proportional spending. Your spending should not be proportional to your income. It should be fixed. Like you said, if you could set a living budget of $3,000 a month, then you live on $3,000 a month, regardless of what you make.
Yep. Alicia spoke to several Henrys with expensive habits, like staying at luxury hotels, taking international vacations, owning or renting 2 homes, and signing up for a class pass, a gym pass that can cost as much as $180 a month.
Keep your overhead low, your savings high.
Oh man, say it again.
Ah, shit. Get your mind right.
Mhm.
Anyway, that's it.
Yeah, Henrys won't sacrifice his lifestyle, according to Alicia. Even if it requires budgeting in other areas, they shop at budget stores like Forever 21 or TJ Maxx and vacation using credit card points if it means more money for travel. These lifestyle choices contradict one of the golden rules of experts. Avoiding lifestyle creep is a key way to build wealth, but there are forces behind a Henry's control that are also holding them back financially. The economy may seem like it's riding a high right now. The stock market has rallied since fears of an impending recession abounded last year, and the U.S. employment rate has maintained its half-century low of 3.5%. But that doesn't paint the whole picture. It ignores that income increases simply have not kept up with an exponential increase in living costs. Consider this: a super money analysis last year found that income for young adults grew by just $29. We talked about this earlier in the live stream on different articles. Different article talking about
$29.
Yeah, that people's income has not changed since probably since the 1980s or the 1970s for that matter.
I think it's literally since like 1982.
Yeah,
From what I recall. Yeah, Reagan era, 1982. Like literally, we've had wage stagnation like since '82. When you calculate it for inflation adjustment, wages haven't raised since 1982.
Yeah, adjusted for inflation from 1974 to 2017. Meanwhile, the median price of a home has increased by 39%, and national healthcare costs per person have increased $9,000 since 1970. The cost of education has also more than doubled since then, leading students to borrow more than ever. The national total student loan debt is now a record of $1.5 trillion, and the average student debt per 2018 graduate who took out student loans was $29,800. Even though Henrys typically have high-paying jobs, those who took on student loans to get them owe about $50,000 more than the national average. Priya Malani, the founder of Stash Wealth, a financial firm that bills itself as home of the Henrys, previously told Business Insider that 40% of her clients had student loans. They owe $80,000 on average. It's all a bad formula for a generation that's already financially behind the Great Recession. Older millennials got a rough start in the job market and were left playing financial catch-up. Younger millennials watch the financial crisis unfold and become more cautious and risk-averse with their money. Students have found that millennials are the most financially conservative generation since the Great Depression, and that most are wary of investing. So even if the stock market is good, it's likely that millennials are still scared to put their money in it and are thereby missing an opportunity to build wealth. As living costs surpass income increases, a six-figure salary is no longer what it used to be. In today's economy, $100,000 is considered middle class in the U.S. The Pew Research Center defines the U.S. middle class as people earning 2/3 to twice the median household income, which was $60,336 in 2016. That means middle class American households were earning about $40,425 to $120,672 that year. It explains why a 2019 Insider in Morning Consulting survey found that 38% of millennials earning $100,000 or more a year thought they were middle class. About 23,000 thought they were in the upper middle class. Only 6% thought they were affluent. I thought that was Kevin Samuels. A family in the US needs an annual income of $421,926 to be in the top 1% of earners. But the minimum income needed to be in the top 1% varies by state, ranging from $255,000 in Arkansas to more than $700,000 in Connecticut. It all comes down to location. Where a person lives affects how far their dollar stretches, how much they are taxed, and how they are influenced by their peers. And while Henrys can live anywhere, Milani, who has worked with clients across 32 states, said they are predominantly in states home to cities with a notoriously high cost of living, like New York, California, and Washington, D.C. More millennials who feel broke despite making six-figure salaries. The situation is affected by internal and external factors. Since $100,000 doesn't go as far as it once did, they need to be picky when allocating their money. Learning how to balance living for the now and setting money aside for the future will indeed mean they have less cash to burn, which can contribute to feeling broke. But these same millennials are also dealing with economic circumstances beyond their control, highlighting the consequences that have largely affected their generation as a whole. Even with careful personal spending habits, that $100,000 salary does seem a lot smaller in the scheme of today's higher cost of living and astronomical student debt mode and the ongoing fallout from the recession. So, Henrys. Carplex, you had something you wanted to say?
That was actually my daughter talking.
Oh, okay.
That's a Henry right there.
Yeah, I thought it was the image guy. I thought that was Kevin Samuels.
Yeah. You know what, man? They got Henrys are all over LA.
Yeah. There's Henry's all over the manosphere. And I think, yeah, your mic is breaking up.
But go ahead, dude. I'm sorry.
No, I said your mic is breaking up.
Oh.
No, I was just saying that I don't think that Black people really take this as seriously as they should. You see on Instagram and other forms of social media, BWs traveling all over to Dubai and these other places, and they, it's just interesting how they live. I used to date this one chick, and she looked pretty lavish, extensive weave and nails done and this and that. And then you come to her house and the house was empty. There was nothing in there. There's baking soda in the fridge and a few beverages. That's about it.
Uh-huh. So that's it? Like
that's all she had, I guess, Rena said probably deny her access because of her credit. But the point of the matter is that, she looked fabulous, I don't know if it was a week, man, but that lace front, man, made her look luxurious, but that's how they live, though. That's how millennials are living right now. They love to be at Popeyes, fighting over chicken and stuff like that. They're on YouTube. That's the way they live their life. But Gen Xers are not really like that. Gen Xers have always been, the last labor class, so to speak. They're the ones who work in the assembly lines and GM and big auto.
Yeah, we're kind of like the last real blue collar dudes.
Mm-hmm.
I know like younger cats, millennial dudes that can wrench, like they can turn a wrench, but that's not something that's as commonplace as it is amongst like say like my circle of homies, right? Like dude, if I really think about it, a good portion of my homies have like dropped the motor out of a car or something, right? Versus now, a lot of millennials, they're not really oriented that way. That's not their thing, really, right? They have most of them don't even own cars, so
yeah, but they're the Netflix and chill generation, right?
That's what I mean. Yeah, they didn't, they're not, they don't really identify with that type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're the Netflix and chill generation. They're the Forever 21, Tarjay, whatever you want to call it. Fashion Nova, get in the mail, get the bag generation, get the bag, right?
Yeah, get the bag, I would say Gen X also, we like the last generation to really try to commit to doing it the traditional way.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, man, I think that we had a number of things as Gen Xers, man, just kind of going against us. One, we were small in numbers. Gen X is actually a small demographic. There's not a lot of us. Two, Gen X, and I've mentioned this before previously. Gen X, we've had a lot of attrition. A lot of Gen Xers have died. So there's that part. There's not a lot of us. There wasn't a lot of us to begin with, and then a lot of us have kind of died off. And the oldest of Gen Xers are only like mid-50s.
Mm-hmm.
You and I we're on the younger end of the scale.
Right, and I think that's a good point. But a lot of young millennials, they live in an instant gratification era where they download everything and it's one app click away from satisfaction. Tinder and other sites and things like that.
I mean, Mike, you and I remember like pre-internet, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like we can't like we've kind of like largely been made by all this shit.
Yeah, I mean, you look
Yeah.
at the brother in the picture right here, get the bag. He got it right in his hand, man.
I mean, I don't even know what that's about, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Like what is this right here?
I don't know, man. Get the bag. Everybody's getting the bag. Some of these guys wearing bags around, around their waistline.
Yeah, I mean, they got bags, and the chicks are trying to get that bag, and there's a bag to get everywhere. I don't know nothing about that, bro. I turn wrenches, man. What's all this about?
Yeah, maybe at some point, when the cash runs out, they get a brown bag and put some glue in there, some Elmer's glue.
I mean, but yeah, it's like I said, man, you see this all over LA, dude, and you're just like, man, what do you do for a living, man? What do you people do? How are you living here in Santa Monica? And it's always like a short stay. Nothing's ever like, oh yeah, I gotta, just signed a lease on a condo or something like that. It's I'm Airbnb in it for a couple of weeks, and I'm just here.
That's right, Airbnb in it. Yep.
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 Oh man, Airbnb is cracking, dude. It's that whole Airbnb culture basically. And then posting it on Instagram. Oh, I'm in Ibiza this weekend.
Yep.
I'm here, I'm there. And it's just like, damn. Like, there was a guy, he was this kid I used to coach in karting. And he's like an older Gen Xer, so he's like 40. I'm 42. I think David's maybe like 40. He's probably like 44 now, right? And man, he and I we just talk, dude, because like we grew up in the same area and stuff like that, and so kind of see things similarly. We were talking one day, man, and there's this one dude who's kind of like in the karting scene a little bit, but he does like other stuff, and it seemed like this dude was everywhere all the time, like just posted Instagram, and like so he hits me one day, we're talking, and we kind of just ventured into this whole sort of millennial thing, right? And then he brings this dude up, and he's like, "How the hell is this kid everywhere? Where does this kid get the money to do this?" He's like, "How do they do this?" My friend's Jewish, right? So he's kind of given that. How do they do it? How do they do it, right? And I'm like, yeah, dude, that's a good question.
Everything's on credit, man.
Yeah, like how are you in all these places just out here? Like, what do you do for a living?
Yeah, I mean, they're masquerading their debts and things like that through credit cards. Target, Best Buy,
Yeah,
things of that nature. And so they just pay off the bare minimum per month. Just scraping by, $29 here, $50 there. I'm okay.
yeah. I mean, and I've seen, and man, it's like, dude, like LA is a lot of like your, like, okay, you have like people who have been homeless for a long time, right?
Yep.
And then you got people who are just out in the street. And the people who are out in the street are like 8 times out of 10, those people right there that you just mentioned. They overextend themselves, and next thing you know, you just see them with like 2 suitcases dragging behind them, but they look like they just left the house. So they don't look bummy or nothing, regularly dressed and everything. They just got their shit towed behind them. And I'm just like, damn. And you see a lot of that. So it's just a really strange way. I think they're choosing to live.
Yeah, it's that van life, right? That whole hobo style, man.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is, dude.
Walking around in pajamas, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What are you doing? I mean, this whole croc nation. Everybody's running around with Crocs on. Everybody's running around with their pajamas. Like, where are you going?
Oh my God, man.
3 o'clock in the afternoon. Where you going? So
yeah. Or what I find too is that even in that situation, right, dude, they've got some sort of gig economy app, right, where they can flip a couple hours work, right, get a couple bucks, get it dumped into their PayPal account. They got their debit card. They can pay for a hotel. It's just a very weird way to live.
Well, Johnny Blaze mentioned something some weeks ago, and he said that, during school orientation, because he works at a private college.
Mm.
And he said that the BWs show up at the orientation, luxurious khakis and lace fronts, and you know, high waist jeans, and too small Jordans that pigeon toed, that toes all balled up in there,
Oh,
and,
oh God.
and they don't have enough money for school.
Oh my God. You know what, man? When's the next open chat, dude?
I don't know, man. But what you're seeing right here on screen, another Henry.
Yeah.
You see a lot of those guys in the manosphere, popping their collars and, walking around with bags, sachets and stuff like that, and have the nerve to call us snobs and, elitists.
I don't look like that. You can't call a guy who doesn't look like that a snob. I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's what these guys will call us, right? They'll come to the brain trust and say, you guys are snobs, you're business snobs and elitists, you guys get off your high horse, but they'll look at these guys and they'll say, oh, this guy's balling. He's doing it big. He's on YouTube. He's passport broed out. He's in, he's getting the bag. He's laying up with some dirty foot chick. And I always find that to be interesting. But for some of the BWs, you see them running around Dubai, these other places with scat.
Yeah. Where are the regular people at?
Yeah. I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
I don't either.
Whatever happened to rocking Carhartt jackets with the hoodie, with some Dickies, man? What happened to that?
Man, I'm a polo guy myself.
Yeah.
I'm a low life.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but even then, man, that shit it's kept fresh, dude. You know what I'm saying? True hip hop. You know how that goes, man. None of that fake shit. But I mean, it's all within reason too, right? And that's what I mean, dude. It's like it's just weird, man. Not to digress a little bit, but I think it is relatable to what we're talking about. Because, it is like this, I don't know, there's like this whole SYSBM preoccupation thing, right? Going on right now. And I mean, I guess, if I'm to kind of take the definition as given by Mad Bus Driver as the dude, I guess, he's the dude who created the shit. So, it's basically it's a message to save yourself, okay? And to me, in my view, when you listen to that term, that's very general, okay? I think what the first sort of it's related instantly to, like, women and dating and all that kind of stuff. And I guess if you're trying to save yourself from women or something, you could take that approach to it. But I think more or less it's in all facets, right? It's in all facets. So I mean, I don't know if this right here is what's interpreted or meant by that, and this is kind of what the black male is supposed to push for, right? In terms of like self-improvement and this whole sort of self-initiative, right? I hope it's not this. I hope it's really more along the lines of, what we're trying to push, where we're really trying to become, we're talking more or less like becoming superior beings, technically savvy, ability to code, ability to, tear something down like an engine, being mechanically sound, being intellectual, being skilled in some sort of physical activity, whether it's a sport or a martial art or, some sort of CrossFit training, something, is just a push to be a superior being, dude. Somebody who's befitting of like a fourth industrial environment. You
No,
know,
I don't. I think that's why SBM has been taken out of its.
it's become like this. It's yeah, dude. It's I'm tripping on this shit right now, man. I've been trying to keep my mouth shut about it, but I'm like, whoa, dude, this is crazy.
I mean, it's just blown out of proportion, and because
Yeah, it really is, dude.
the economics hangout, the live stream tonight, it centers around Henry's though, right? SYSBM are not Henry's. SYSBM are personally responsible. They have probably very little debt load. If they do have debt, they're trying to alleviate it. This person in the picture is not an SYSBM. He's
Nah,
get the bag, get the bag, get the bag. That's that guy. Um,
yeah.
and so that's why you're seeing, this image of this Henry, high earning, not rich yet. Hit that super chat, hit that like button. Cash out this man. You know,
Patreon exclusive content.
Yes, have, onlyfans.com/your favorite YouTuber. So those are the Henrys. Those are the Henrys, man. They buy, they order clothes from Fashion Nova, try it on, and then they send it back.
Send it back.
Take pictures. They take the bottom of their red bottoms and then try to take it back to the store like they really own them and stuff. Oh, my shoe collection is so ill.
It's so butter laid, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my shoe collection is so ill, and then you come and find out that those shoes are not really there. Right?
Ugh.
The necessity to appear middle class is what's driving the Henrys, right? Got to have the Infinity G35, G37, not realizing that those engines and that generation came with a lot of oil consumption issues, oil starvation issues, and so when that issue crops up, they don't have enough money for repair, so they just pretty much ends up, driving into the ground, if anything, because they can't afford to fix it.
Yeah, just burn the motor out.
Right. And so basically the illusion of actually looking like you're high earning, but not really rich yet. It's a part of that infinity class, right? That now they've moved on to like Kia Optimas and
Elantras, Sonatas, Hyundais.
Well, something more luxurious, right? So,
Oh, okay. You
Yeah.
talking about like the was it like the Genesis or something like that?
Yeah, maybe a Genesis, maybe a what do you call those cars? The Maseratis. You see a lot of people down in Atlanta. A lot of guys driving around Maseratis.
The Maseratis.
Yeah, and they got the big, thick, woolly beard. Everybody's Rick Ross. Everybody's walking around like, those sort of ad-libs and whatnot. That sort of thing going on. Big shades, shiny ball heads, if they have it, dreadlocks, everybody's locked out. It's just like everybody looks like a rapper, man. Everybody's trying to emulate, the Migos for all intents and purposes, man. A lot of tattoos, a lot of gold teeth and stuff like that. Just looking really.
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you? Yeah, what do you do with all that? No, I mean, I'm serious. It's like, and Mike, I was telling you, actually, I'm either gonna text it to you or call you, dude, and I'll tell you about it. But I haven't. I want to run it by you, dude, but I want to kind of put an idea out here, and I'll just kind of leave it at that. But it's like really to kind of push the narrative of the discussions, right? To be had, I really do think, it's time that we do actually kind of take a critical look at things like that, like how much global capital do embodying these type of characteristics garner us on a global capacity. You know what I mean? I'm because okay, to speak to kind of like a greater theme that I'm referencing here. I mentioned um, you know living modalities for the new decade that we're in. It's 2020 now, so um, you know I really do think it's time to explore like living modalities that could actually work, given, you know, the myriad of circumstances that faces and stuff. We have to be very, very practical, and we have to sort of accept ugly truths and work off of those premises. Like we can't, you know, think that we're gonna reverse something that's pretty much ingrained, and then think that we can reverse a lot of stuff that's been ingrained, right? Get all that reverse stuff done, and then start from there to try and build or create something. I don't think it's going to work. I think in all actuality, we have to really kind of like, you know, whiteboard it out and start anew, given the face of the things that we cover in terms of you know, cultural trends, national trends, global trends, industrial trends. Okay, we have to really kind of retool um what Black culture and the lifestyle that runs in synergy to it, what that looks like.
Mhm.
I even think that so I'll call also, you know, screw it, Mike, I don't give a shit. I'll go ahead and allude to it now. So even from like the dating standpoint, right? Like well, you know what? Cool. Let's actually talk about it, you know, because it's cool that, you know, I can run this, you know, we could, you and I could chop it up, because, you know, I think this is something that you've actually kind of touched on. So things like an AI solution for the whole sort of gender war dating problem, right? Using artificial intelligence as maybe sort of like an intermediary or a mediator between the two groups or classes of people, right? Won't get into the details of kind of like the thoughts on like the inputs and how something like that will work, but you know, taking a very technocratic approach to things, similar to kind of how China utilizes a lot of apps for um, a lot of social interaction and how people interact with each other. And there's a lot of artificial intelligence and AI inputs that manage a lot of that.
AI chatbots, that's what you're referring to, right? So, but in reality, the thing is, the different class groups, it's not really different class groups. It's just a lot of people faking the funk, like they're really out there doing it. Let me make sure I'm, oh, you can hear me, okay.
I hear you.
Yeah, I thought my mic is muted.
Oh, okay. No, you good.
Yeah, but the reality is that's what the Henrys are. The Henrys are all trying to one up each other in terms of, oh well, you know, I don't date down, I don't do this, you know, and at the end of the day, all these people still eat at Applebee's and Olive Garden. They eat out at Olive Garden every week. You see, the problem with the Henrys is that they're all trying to get the bag and go out on these lavish dates, right? So a person I heard on YouTube not too long ago said that, well, if you go out on, if you approach this many BWs on a frequent basis, then your average should be something like 4.6% or something like that. Okay, fine. Huh? You go out there, I'm just throwing that number out there. I don't know what the actual number was.
Oh.
Okay, you go out there, you go on this many dates. You go on a date every single weekend, 4 weekends a month. So you go on 4 dates. Applebee's, whatever it is. Her plate costs $25. Your plate costs $25. Movies are about $20 a piece now. So take into consideration transportation costs and so on and so forth. You just spent probably about $150, maybe $200 at best. You do that 4 times a month, right? You go out, you go on a different week, a different date every single weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Fractionalized ownership of these used vehicles, these used big rigs coming off of these bankruptcies, seems like a better investment to me than, you know, tricking off your money to somebody, you know, some of these people that don't have your best interest, right? So the problem with a lot of male Henrys, a lot of BMs, is that they're going out there, putting their money into, investing their money into people with low return on investment. And so an app would actually work if the mindset was changed first. So the mindset has to change first, and we have to do that by shaming them, like this yo-yo in the picture with his I don't know what he's wearing, but you know, we got Joe Buttons on the panel, man. Pump it up, man.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Show him, man. Show him.
Dylan, this is the only vlogcast you could say that I ever get on. I listen to a lot of, but this is the only one. Salute. This is I can't do the other stuff. It's just too. You could say hardcore, right? I don't know. I'm not hardcore, right? I just can't talk to keep up with those guys. Nonetheless, I got like a small social experiment going on in regards to what you guys are talking about. Because the first chance I could afford to move out the hood, I did, pack my bags and move out in the Hicks, right? So I'm in New York. I'm all the way out east in Long Island. And, it's crazy because like I got family members saying that, yo, you can't. I got 2 boys, right? And they're like, yo, you can't keep your kids away from the culture. You can't keep your kids away from the culture. It's eventually gonna get them, and then they're gonna get sucked into the life. But I'm telling you, man, because I could afford it, right? My kids go to a private school. They got 6 kids. Like my oldest, he's in like 4th grade now. There's 6 kids in his class. All right, the whole 6th grade, 4th grade class is 6 kids. It's it. The school is so small. The environment is so controlled that, over time I've got both my boys. My youngest is like 5 at this point. They hate rap music. They hate it. Even if it's melodic, I tell them, listen, this is like, it's melodic. You know what I'm saying? It's going to get you, it's going to be a catchy tune. My wife, she's Christian, you know what I'm saying? And she'll try to let them listen to some Christian rap. I'm like, yo, I'm not having it. Because it's like weed, you know what I'm saying? It's like a gateway drug. Like, the same beat, they talking about God. 2 seconds later, same beat, they talking about killing niggas, right? Shooting people, womanizing, people that look like their moms and their sisters, not having it. And they hate it. And I'm just saying that it's been working so far. And like, they already see it. You know what I'm saying? They see it for what it is. I'm like, look at all these poor people talking about having money. None of them have money. They just talk about it. That's what I wanted to say for now.
I actually stepped away and missed all your commentary, but I appreciate you do join.
I was listening in.
Yeah,
go
ahead.
Yeah, no. Man, you were kind of speaking to like, moving your children or going away from like the hood or, keeping them close to the culture or something. This is kind of what I was referencing. Like, can we please re-examine what we're calling that, please? I think oftentimes, it's implored that we have to be about, a specific concept or an identity or a philosophy, and it's like, okay, if it's not okay, if it sort of leans in like my interest, well, not even in my interest, if it leans in like an area where there's a net positive gain from it, then yeah, I might actually, lend it an ear or something. But it's kind of like, you got to keep them around something that ultimately isn't to do much benefit to them, all for the sake of, being culturally appropriated. And it's kind of like, okay, I think we need to call for some more like sophisticated thinking. I think that's in order now, right? Because that just is, in 2020, that shit just isn't adding up. It's not making sense.
But that's the whole purpose of SYSBM. Is for higher thinking. Is for self-reflection, right? And there's people out there who don't want you to not be on that level. They want you to go back to being a Henry, and not a Henry like like this Momo in the picture, but a Henry in terms of looking out for the best interests of others who don't have your best interests. And so that's the sort of battle that we're fighting right now. It's an ideological battle. Just like there's a Henry, high earning, not rich yet. You have a save yourself black male.
Why is it, okay, and maybe I'm biased. I would imagine that battle would be more one-sided. I'm not sure. Well, okay, never mind. I just answered my own question. Never mind.
No, I mean, I would say, as like an adult black male, I'm approaching 40. I'll be 40 like next month, and like when I had my kids, I had my firstborn at 30.
Mm-hmm.
I used to listen to hip hop. I grew up on it. It's like it's just what it was, right? Everything, right? And then when I had my kid, and I started thinking about like, yo, is he gonna be able to filter out like I did, or do I even not want to mess with that? Because it's just a slippery slope. I had to make the decision that I had to cut it off completely, and I mean like I had to walk away from it where like everything had to go. Like you just like stop smoking. I don't want to be around it at all, and it's unfortunate. Like hopefully when they get bigger, I'll be able to let them know like how to decipher good from the bad. But kids are so, how would you say, what I'm saying? They're so influential, what I'm saying? I had to like cut it all out. And the second thing, what I mean, as far as like making sure that, yeah, I'm away from the hood and all, and still letting my kids know that like, hey, the culture that they need to have is a culture that I'm actually creating. It's about really strong, I'm saying, confident black men. And I say to them all the time, I'm saying, like, what we're gonna do, we're gonna own and control everything we're gonna do. And we're gonna partner, I'm saying, with like-minded individuals. And I'm not saying this because it's like an ideology. I own an apartment complex, I'm saying, in Georgia.
Own complex?
Huh? I own
I thought you said you own complex.
Huh?
Nah, I thought you said
nothing.
I thought I heard you say you own complex. I was about to say, wait, what a second, what?
No.
What?
I own commercial property in Georgia, right? Okay. And like, I have them call the tenants to do follow-up calls. When I hire people, all the time, I'm like, yo, I hire people and, I expect the best, but I hire people all the time. And I say, listen, son, this is the only way we help out the black. Like the way that we truly help out the black community is that we have to be strong enough to be able to help them out. And only we can help them out. Like other people can't. Like, meaning like, I'm saying, like people coming in saying that they're going to help you, but then, that's free food stamps, right? And that's Section 8 housing. But we're going to hire our own. I make sure specifically every time I hire someone, I'm saying, they have the same you as me, or as much as I can. And, once the job's almost complete and the work is perfect like I expected, I tell them all the time, like, yo, man, one of the reasons why I hired you is because you look just like me. Mad times, I'm like, yo, you look just like me, and that's why one of the reasons I hired you. They'd be like, word? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, wow, okay, all of this is you know what I'm saying? And they're like, wow. And so this is what I'm teaching my sons anyway, that this is how we move. This is how we help. We help through, what I'm saying, having the power to be able to hire our own, what I'm saying, and service others, what I'm saying? So that's all I want to say about that.
No, that's dope stuff, man.
Yeah, good stuff, bro. Thank you.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, if anybody else wants to get on the panel, now's the time to get on the panel and express yourself about Henry.
What I can say about Henry, like just looking at the images, I hope it's a phase, man, because everybody goes through a phase when you're in clothes and you're in fashion and you're in the cars. Mm-hmm. I'm really far removed from all that stuff, man. I drive a Toyota Prius, okay? That's how far removed I am from it, what I'm saying? And like, as far as all the clothes and stuff like that, man, I'm just, you know, when I come out to the hood, that's when my sons get to see all nice cars. You know what I mean? That's when they get to see all the foreigns and all those other cars. And I'm like, yo, son, you see all these people, a lot of these people who have these cars, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird that, you know, you'll pull up to the apartment complex and all you'll see is like BMWs and Mercedes Benzes and this and that. And then like where we live, there's only people with like Ford F-150s and Chevys and stuff like that in front of their houses, you know? So it's like a real different culture change, you know what I'm saying? When I come out to where I was raised. And Henry, he's just a model of his environment. You know, we all trying to wear what we own. Like everything we own, we're trying to like show it because we really don't have it. You know what I'm saying? The more and more I had, the less and less I wanted to show. You know what I'm saying? Like the less and less I wanted to show. I only shop on clearance racks, man. I am so cheap, you know, and I'm buying another building for over $1 million in a couple of months. You know what I'm saying? But I just know where to put the money. And I know it's not in someone else's hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you move out to the suburbs and you're a sellout, but if they become a Henry, then, you know, it's their prerogative. Why you sweating me, fam? Why you sweating me? Get off my job, fam.
You know,
Hold on, let me post this on Instagram real quick. This guy's sweating me.
Yeah.
The whole sellout thing, moving out the hood and being a sellout, I really had to get away from all that stuff to grow, man. And moving out, being by myself, honestly, like I get no visitors. You know what I'm saying? Nobody comes and sees me. Gave me a lot of time to grow as an individual, a lot of time to like just work and work on myself and be a better me and be the best me. And then as far as something, man, you know how much people I employ? You know how much money I give? Like, I'm not saying I don't give anything, but how much people I put to work? You know what I'm saying? Every time I'm hiring someone, I'm like, yo, I hired you because you look like me. And they're like, word, word, word. You know what I'm saying? I'm putting people to work. Sell out, please. I mean, I'm so far, please, you know, go on something.
Sell out. I don't know. I call that buy-in.
Yeah. Yeah. They have all these terms in our community, man, for people, man. Henry, Uncle Tom, Dick, you know, Dick and Harry, and pick me and all. This is crazy terms that people in this community that they use, but in other communities they don't really see it that way. You know, people just and that's it, man.
You know, I would dig in on that sellout. You know what I'm saying? Term a little more. Like every time you come out your pockets to buy something that doesn't make you more wealthy, you're selling out. You know what I'm saying? You selling out yourself. You know what I mean? Every time you get money and you're paying rent for somebody, you selling out because you could have owned it. Every time you buying clothes that you shouldn't really be affording, you should put it aside to put it into your own business or getting something that you own, you selling out. You know what I'm saying? Because you know the money don't stay in the community. You know the money don't stay with us. It don't get ciphered around. So we're complete sellouts. We're complete sellouts. You know what I'm saying? That's why we have nothing.
Because like literally from a commercial standpoint.
Commercial, yeah, clothes, cars, everything.
You name it.
Complete sellout. We're complete. I mean, you know what I'm saying? The thinking that, hey, I need to be fresh like the person who kind of come from like money, or I need to fake it, you know, I need to show, because these girls, come on, man, I'm so far removed from that, man. I'm so far removed from that. You know, and that's the last thing on my mind. You chase money, everything else chases you, period. You know?
That's basically how, I mean, you know, yeah, and I think that's, what was that zone?
Zone in?
No, who was that?
No, I think that's Johnny Blaze and Jesse.
Oh, okay. What up, y'all? Yeah, and I think that's kind of like, you know, if you had to take the abridged explanation of an SYSBM or something like that, or just, you know, if you were just kind of go on the presumption of what something like that would mean, yeah, it's just like, okay, you chase the bread, man. You get money, you know, and whatever means or venues that you're doing business in, you know, it's like you build something out of that shit. And it's kind of like whatever else comes your way through life, then you know you kind of deal with it and you prioritize it based on how it fits within the grand scheme of like what it is you're doing. But yeah, it's like it doesn't take into account all this other shit, dude, that doesn't like, you know, put money in your pocket, or you know, it's really not worth the time spent, you know, talking about all this dumb shit.
Yeah, Ty City left the hood 12 years ago, man. You know, he used to be out there, you know, when he jumped off the porch, man. Probably when he broke his ankle or tore his Achilles. But now, you know, he left the hood. You know, he's at Brook Brothers, you know, he's at yeah, he's at Cars and Coffee with his Newton and Oval team. So, you know, he's changed quite a bit, man. You know, he eats with a bib now.
Yeah, he doesn't use that regular mustard. He's using Grey Poupon now.
Oh yeah. Pull up on him. What's going on, Johnny Blaze? What's going on, Jesse?
Hey, what up, bro?
What's going on, brothers?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's going on, Jesse?
Yeah, bless the panel.
Peace. Yeah, I want to chime in on that whole thing, man. You know, in our community, unfortunately, we're just in a weird place in the American Black community where it's kind of like the dysfunctional people are kind of the trendsetters, right? So you have all of these mindsets, you know, of purchasing name brand clothes. Like I really had to look at it, right, a couple years ago, and it's like everything that is pushed to us by the community and all of the things that they say, you know, to get an attractive woman in the community, all of these things are really detriments, you know, to building wealth. When you really think about it, right? You know, getting nice clothes, you got to get the fresh new Jordans, you know what I'm saying? You have to have a nice car and et cetera, et cetera. But when you really look at it, man, all of these things, the basic thing of using your high income and actually becoming rich with it, you know, not becoming a Henry, so to speak, is really just investing it into the right things. Instead of spending it on liabilities, you just spending it on assets. You know what I'm saying? You're either investing into you're either investing it to assets like real estate, stocks, you know, different type of assets, commodities, and things of that nature, or you're constantly investing and reinvesting into your business that you have. You know,
yeah, I was just say high income isn't high income isn't a wealth builder per se. It gives you the ability to build wealth, but it in and of itself isn't wealth, right? It's high income. It just means that you have a large amount of capital on a monthly basis to do something with, right?
Absolutely.
Do you translate it into wealth, you know, by steering it into vehicles that you just talked about? Okay, well then now we're in the conversation about wealth. Okay, if we're not steering it there or making some sort of strategic plan, right, to grow out, you know, an asset portfolio of some kind, then yeah, you become this Heinrich, you know, this Henry guy or this Henry chick, Henrietta.
Yeah.
Essentially, you want to, you know, whatever type of income you have, the game is to have residual income or capital, right? You want to have money left over after expenses that you can invest. And when you able to create that, you want to invest it to assets, things that either appreciate or they not only appreciate, but they give you positive cash flow back. that's I mean, it's really that simple, fellas. And I know so many Black people with high income that don't even have residual income. I mean, they have such a high overhead on a monthly basis that they literally, if they lost their job, for a significant amount of time, they will be just as broke as the guy working at McDonald's. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I know a few of those too.
Yo, I could talk about that a lot, man, because like I got a lot of friends who are very high earners, and I think like out of most of my friends, I make the least. You know what I'm saying? Like with me, like I never chased a high income because then you just become a slave to that income. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the more you make, the harder it is for you to leave, and the less you think about, hey, how do I get into my own way of making money? How do I get into my own thing of like setting up passive income or passive investments or investing in things so I can, you know what I'm saying, eventually walk away from it all? Because, I mean, who wants to work forever, right? I mean, who wants to work forever, right? But I got friends who do really well, man. And I'm like, so you bought a house yet? They're like, nah, I want to live in Manhattan. I can't really afford that. I'm like, okay. I'm like, how's your credit? Oh, my credit sucks, man. I can't really, you know what I'm saying? I can't really manage like, my spending habits, and I don't know when my bills are due and stuff like that because, I'm living that life. And I'm like, okay, so all you do is you make a lot of money every year. You know what I mean? When I say a lot of money, I mean like 150, in the mid hundreds, but you got nothing to your name besides that job. You know what I'm saying? You ain't putting nothing away, and you got bad credit. Like, yo, that's the Henry, yo. I know so much of those Henrys. Badass credit, no stinking assets, living their best life. You know what I'm saying? All my friends.
Hey, Mike, does that sound like the chick you were dating?
Yeah, the house was empty, man. You can hear an echo in it, man. There was no furniture in there, but she had the Infinity out there, the G37, brand new. Yaki, lace front wig, done up, and big glossy lips and eyelashes and stuff like that. So
press on, right? Everything.
I can't call it, but I just see it. I call it the way I see it. But fake red bottoms. But the point of the matter here is that she was looking for a guy, man. She was 6 figures. She spoke 2 languages. She was English and she spoke Spanish. She wasn't even Latina either. She was a Morena who just happened to learn Spanish at an early age, and and it didn't benefit her at all. It actually did not.
Yeah, and you know what? And it's funny because like again, I never made a lot of money working for somebody. I was always thinking about how do I make money, you know what I'm saying, on my own. Like how do I create it, right? So I was always in the market. I was always trying to collaborate with I always opened up like investment clubs, put people together. I did some. I got involved in some IPOs where I made like 2 or 3 times my salary in like 1 year or 2 years or so. And then I flipped it into the commercial real estate. And, I'll talk to my friend like, yo, man, I only make like 70 grand a year. And they're like, man, yo, how do you get by? I'm like, I don't know. I just live very modestly. You know what I'm saying? I got my house. I got a very short-term mortgage. It's only like 15 years,
Yes, you also wear Converse too.
Yeah, I'm at that conversation, and then I tell them, yo, how much you got in the bank, or what's your assets looking like? And they're like, well, I already know what their assets looking at because I'm in finance. I already I know about all their financial situations. They got nothing, and I'm like, yo, I'm sitting on $800,000 worth of assets, not even my own home. That's not counting my home. You know what I'm saying? But you making 2 or 3 times more than me. Where are you going wrong, bro? Where are you going wrong trying to live your best life, man? What is that best life looking like? A couple of years, I'm just going to be able to walk away from it all and leave the damn country and go live somewhere on a freaking island every day drinking Tahitis. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm looking at.
And it's not even an issue that, cats out here purchasing all these expensive liabilities. The issue is you're not purchasing the assets first, right? Because there's plenty of people of other races, that like Ralph Lauren and Brooke Brothers and Gucci and But the thing is, they have a nice asset column that is producing, that's not only appreciating, but it's producing income, on a monthly basis. It's producing positive cash flow. And so it's like the amount of money that they may spend on the Lamborghini, right? A million dollar car, multi-million dollar car, six-figure car, is such a small percentage of the income that they get and their net worth that it makes sense for them. It doesn't make sense for the person that may be making 150,000 a year, but they don't have more than 50,000 in assets.
Let me say this about high-end cars and stuff like that, because we talk about cars frequently on this channel because we're car enthusiasts ourselves. Cars, as you know it right now, in terms of the performance cars, high-end cars like that, those things will be commodities in the next 5 to 10 years. If you think of Lamborghini V10, Huracan or Gallardo is a waste of money, you are out of your mind. Those cars are going to creep right back up in price. You're already seeing it now with Porsche 911 GT3s, GT2s. They're 40% above sticker price for some of the old ones. That's a significant jump from what they originally were priced at. So what I'm saying here is I don't knock guys who buy the fast cars. I know quite a few millennials who do own McLarens and stuff like that. I don't knock those guys at all because I know where the value of those cars are going to go from an asset standpoint. Now, we covered an article this week on Car Talk where a complex, was it a 993 GT?
That was a 911. It was a 911.
It's a 993 series though. 993 series. The last
993. It was basically a homologated production car, and it was one of 100, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
That thing is going to go for what? $800 to $1 million.
Sotheby's was being very generous. They were being very nice by saying 300 to 400 grand. Bullshit. It's going to go for at least double.
Yep. So that's the type of stuff that we talk about, in terms of buying cars and stuff like that. Cars are going to be tokenized assets at some point.
Hey, Mike, Johnny Blaze has his hand up.
Hey, go ahead, John, please.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
I'm good,
Hey,
bro.
what's going on, bro?
Hey, man. Just on the car thing, I hear what you're saying, but I think a lot of these guys who would like to get these kind of cars, it's out of their price range, and they're just going to end up going into debt trying to get it. I think, that's relegated to folks who actually have that available cash, realistically. But back to the whole Henry thing, coming from the military, I can tell you right now, all of the lower ranking guys, them are the ones who had all the high end cars, living paycheck to paycheck, not enough money to put gas in it.
That's why they go out and buy Teslas.
Say first thing, sign on bonus, get either Camaro or Mustang.
Yeah, you better believe it. They go down and get them. But I had to go get on one of my students yesterday. Young lady, she's out at clinic, got the wrong shoes on. She got her little high end, nice sneakers. I was like, where are your medical shoes? Oh, I can't find them. Then I guess you ain't going to clinic next week because this is not gonna work. But yet you got enough money to go out here and go buy all this high end makeup to go get your hair done, but yet you can't go get some $20 sneakers. Right. Or you don't got enough money for notes and paper, for paper and pencils, but yet you can go out here and have these high end cell phones.
They got to be on IG. They got to be on social media. They got to show off that high earning, not rich yet.
I think it's interesting that Black men and Black people in general are kind of at a disadvantage where we have this expectation in our communities that we have to have the high end clothing and the nice cars, where you look at other communities and a lot of these guys are Walmart clothing and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a guy, he's got a channel. It's called I think it's Teaching Men's Fashion. This guy, he went to Hugo Boss and he went to Walmart, bought the exact same thing that looks alike. He got the Walmart clothes tailored to look like the Hugo Boss.
Okay.
So it can be done. I mean, like, I dress fairly nice, but all my stuff, and I heard one other guy say it, it comes from the clearance rack. I go to TJ Maxx, I go to Target, H&M. I mean,
Yeah, I can't always say I go to those places. I probably shop maybe once a year or so. So I'm usually at Macy's at the only when it's like 25% off, 35% off, something like that. But because I'm 6'4", so my clothes are gonna have to fit. My selection is pretty limited, so I have to kind of either use online or go in person and really get up early and really find it myself. So that being said, man, I'm in agreement with you on that. So
that's a great idea as far as getting a tailor with cheaper clothes. But they are I admit first time hitting six figures. I did splurge a little bit in that 1 year. But after that, it's like, hey man, like this is nice, but I'm definitely making it a slower process to be exactly where I want to be financially by redirecting that residual income into these things as opposed to the assets and stuff. So, I ended up like downsizing, cheaper apartment, getting an actual house, small cheaper car, and started just kind of downsizing everything that wasn't geared toward my ultimate financial goals and my business goals. So
yeah, guys, if I could chime in, this is Joe again. Something with like, people who rich end up sometimes being broke, but people wealthy, you never hear them like end up being broke. And with wealth, man, it takes a long time to actually accumulate. You know what I'm saying? It takes years and years and years. And I would say, like for instance, me, right? So as soon as I had kids, and I should have did it before, it would have been cheaper. I got life insurance. Then when I had my kids, I got them life insurance. Their life insurance that I pay for whole life insurance is so cheap. And the rates that, because his life insurance is like a savings account. The rates that the life insurance gives them are so high, you know what I'm saying? And the life insurance ain't even for them. It ain't even for me. It's for their grandkids. You know what I'm saying? So when they get of age and life insurance is expensive on them, I'm like, yo, here, this is your life insurance policy. I bought it for you when you were before one, because that's the cheapest you'll ever get it. It has like 100 grand or so in it, 150 grand in it. You like 20 years old, you want to start a business? Here's 150 grand. You know what I'm saying? And again, that's the money that's in it. That's not what it's worth. You know what I'm saying? And then when they go, not even when I go, right? When they go, their kids have something. And hopefully they follow suit. And when they have kids, right, they'll buy that life insurance for their kids. So those little things that you do, like, buy a house with a short 15-year instead of like 30-year, or 20 years instead of like 30-year, buying insurance for like, and having it for like 30, 40 years, and paying only like $50, $60 a month for it, but over the course of 30, 40 years, which is nothing. I mean, $50 a month is nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't even notice that. People got 2 cell phones. Poor ass people got 2 cell phones. I'm like, yo, you ain't got no life insurance. You got 2 cell phones, dog? Your kid got a cell phone. They can't even talk. They got a cell phone. What you You're like, what you do? You go get some damn insurance for your kids, man. Like, what are you doing?
Not
6 years, yo.
their life insurance is in their kids, so they're hoping that when the kid is old enough, man, they can open up some Comcast accounts in their name.
I thought you were gonna say or get an NFL contract.
Talk about
No,
cable
but yo,
vision.
real talk, man. The kids be having like iPhone 11s and shit. They be like,
Yeah.
they be like 2.
Yeah. I'm like, what are you doing?
it's crazy because the guys that are in technology, they don't even let their kids have those type of devices, to a certain age. because there's a lot of issues that actually come with kids like under a certain age, like under 15, from using those devices consistently. A lot of these studies, they're doing a lot of studies that's finding out it is causing some issues with the kids.
Yo, real talk, because I can speak from it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I got 2 boys. My kids do not touch that crap. No cell phones.
That's good.
No iPads. The computer it's monitored. You know what I'm saying? They're so far removed from that. You know what they do? They play Legos, man. Legos. Always building Legos. I step on these crap. They think they hurt so much. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they do. They playing Legos and they read, and that's Legos. And that cell phone crap. It ain't like I can't afford it. You know what I'm saying? That's not the situation. But yo, that brain drain, man. They get caught up in the flashy lights, the moving things, and they just zombies. My kids are always outside, man. We always running, hiking, freaking bike riding. You know what I'm saying? Because what you doing in the house getting fat, watching TV, getting fat, on the phone, getting fat, can't move around, can't do nothing.
No, Legos actually came out with a, if I remember correctly, a degree program now for robotics.
They did. It was at my daughter's old school before I had relocated to where I'm at now. It's a STEAM program.
Yep. So you stepping on those Legos, man, it hurting your feet, but it might pay off in the long run.
No, hey, I'm a big proponent of it. That's why I have them. But that's what they in. Then I'm not letting them touch that phone. They go to Queens. When I go to Queens and visit my family, and like every little kid got a phone in their hand. They have their own phone. That's how their parents keep them from not communicating with them. You know what I'm saying? Not interacting with them. Take this iPad and leave me the hell alone. You know what I'm saying? And that's when my kids will be like, they'll see that stuff and, get in on the gaming. But after that, man, I don't even have a game console at home. That's how militant I'm about my stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have a game console at home. I take my kids to Dave and Buster's. We play all the games and leave that crap right there. You know what I'm saying? And then go home. Because I know it's addictive, man. I'm OCD. You know what I'm saying? I'm self-diagnosed OCD. So when I get on something, I don't want to get off. So I know I can't have it. And it's okay because, I know what it could do to me. You know what I'm saying? I know myself. So I don't even let my kids rock with it.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we had a go-kart track. When I was younger, man, we probably would have more Lewis Hamiltons.
Yeah.
This is facts, man. We might
have dead ass, dude. No, dead serious, dude.
We might have more.
Dead serious.
The furthest I gotten into racing, man, was through RC racing, man. That was the extent, and I was dominant in that. I just didn't go pro because we couldn't afford the car. We couldn't afford those low C,
the low C chassis and stuff like that. Team Associateds.
Yeah, Team Associated, all those chassis and the Kyosho chassis. Those things are expensive, man. You can't afford that. Back then, we had to settle for the Tamiya Grasshopper or something like that. Or the Radio Shack Red Arrow or the Golden Arrow or something like that. Those things were dominant for what we were doing. But had we had access to, more competitive tracks, more competitive products, then we would be in a different space. It's just one of those things that I think that Black people don't reinvest into their environment.
Not at all.
Somebody mentioned SYSBM earlier, and my take on that whole SYSBM thing is that most brothers that are SYSBM don't even really claim the titles, right? I mean, most functional men,
man.
most functional men, right? When you look at most functional men, they have an interest in creating a family, creating a functional family, like, because just working with your family as a team, right? Because I mean, there are some guys that are leaving or going to other countries and they're just going just to have fun and just go buck wild, and if that's their thing, cool. But the most guys that I see that are actually like traveling and dealing with women outside of the country or different groups, they're really trying to build a functional family. They're really trying to extend their legacy through their children and teaching their children all of the wisdom and the things that they've learned about finance and personal finance and business and investing in all of these things. They're really trying to create a familial legacy at the end of the day. So that's to me, I think that any man that is functional and that is successful, pretty much I don't know. I really honestly truly don't know too many highly successful bachelors over a certain age. Like whenever I'm doing business and real estate investing, all of these guys are married. Like 99.9% of them are married with some type of kid, some type of family that they're supporting and all of these things. So I just think that it's a natural, logical step that if the women in your group or in your area aren't marriage material, that you would go to other options, whether that be looking at women in, South America, Central America, the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, wherever it may be. Like you're going to take that next logical step as opposed to just complaining constantly and going on tirades about, the bad women or the unworthy women or what have you. I mean, it's just a logical step. At some point, you have to stop complaining and say, okay, these women aren't working out. They're not trying to pursue this family legacy thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and deal with some women that want to. It's just that simple.
Well, I mean, I think it really even shouldn't be a thing where, I mean, that's kind of where I was questioning earlier with a lot of this stuff and maybe kind of like, living modalities for 2020. Because I think at this point, again, I think some ugly, ugly or not so ugly, depending on how you look at it. But I think there's some truths that really just have to be accepted at this point. And in order for you to move on from anything, you have to have acceptance, right? So
Yes,
I
absolutely.
think at this point, I think we really just kind of need to just say, okay, look, just accept all of things that they are, accept it for what it is. And then with that being said, as soon as you can accept it and come to terms with it, you can go to the whiteboard and create something new. And that's kind of really where I'm at with it. And that something new isn't going to be predicated upon like, past concepts. I think it really does have to be something that fits today. And it does have to take into account all of the social changes that we've that from a culture standpoint we've experienced, right? So I don't think that a negotiating chip is, well, are you gonna, if a woman is gonna submit to you? I mean, the reality is that there's a social position that women now hold where they're breadwinners, they don't have to. So
But this is the
but
thing, though. You're
what's up?
absolutely right. But the difference is that you have women in other countries that haven't gone through those same social
Well,
changes.
this
They
is what I
haven't
mean.
they haven't gone through these, first wave, second wave, third wave of feminism. So that concept in certain countries, that concept doesn't really register them. It doesn't register to them to the point of that, like someone like you or myself that has grown up in the American system, certain questions they wouldn't understand, right? Certain questions that will make sense to ask an American woman or a Western woman, period. Like if you go to like certain areas in, let's say, Ghana or Gambia or Ivory Coast, like if you ask a woman in that area the same questions that you're asking American women, it just wouldn't register to their mind because they're still in a traditional culture that believes in submissiveness, and that not only a submissive culture but a very patriarchal culture where men have much more authority and say over the women.
Well, no. I mean, dude, I get all that. I mean, look, I got 3 brothers, and all of them are married to women of other races, dude. Like, like
But it's but
the whole
that's
biracial
the
trope runs rampant through my family. I mean, I
that's the
see
whole
it.
thing though, right? So let me make that point too, really quick. The issues that Black American men may be having aren't specific to us. Like it's beyond race at this point.
Right.
Like you have to understand that us interacting with each other, even though it may not be as bad, right? The single mother rate isn't as bad in this community or that community, but the fact that we're interacting, we take on stuff about each other's as ethnic groups. And so a lot of the issues that we're having, if you get on YouTube, I mean, Red Pill, MGTOW, and all this other stuff, it's a lot of white and Hispanic guys that's having issues too.
Yeah. I mean, no, they are, and I mean that's why kind of for me it's sort of like, okay, well, this isn't so uncommon as people may think, right? Like, I was mentioning to Mike how like this whole SYSB and how it's all of a sudden become a phenomenon when, the shit's like 5 years old or something, right? And I'm thinking, I'm like, really, what this is more of just kind of like the reverberance of something that was long said. It's kind of like yelling something in a canyon, and the person at the other end of it hears it 10 seconds later, right? So I think this is basically like society sort of hearing the initial call 10 seconds earlier, right? So I think in all actuality, we're having kind of like a past tense conversation in the present tense, and to a large extent, you know what I mean? And I really think that a more productive discussion would be more about like, okay, how do you, what's the basis of establishing, some sort of formal tone of interaction, right, between 2 groups of people who have largely said, yeah, we've been at war for all this time, right? So that's what I mean. Like, I think we have to even abandon, like, we could take elements of traditional values and stuff, but I don't think you can just make a wholesale pivot and go back to that at this particular stage. I think it's going to call. I think the call is for something altogether new and different.
Yeah, let me address this one point in the chat from
Okay.
Just give me a second. Let me find it. Oh, okay. Taylor Watson says, or Walston says that it's about $8 million to fund a career to NASCAR, $80 million to fund a F1 career. But there's something called TCR that has evolved out of all of this. And so TCR is the most cost-effective way of getting into racing. And it's one of the most common areas of spec racer that you could actually get into, since most guys who go to like SCCA events or even go to local tracks like Button Willows or something like that, they're already racing. They're already taking turnkey cars and production cars and turning them into race cars.
Yeah, what depends. I mean, it depends on what kind of racing you're doing. I mean, hell, dude. I do kart racing, and we've kind of showcased a lot of that stuff. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if you bang for buck, you're not gonna. There's not too much that you can do that's gonna eclipse what you can get in terms of your rocks off, in karting, man. Like the speeds and the G loads and stuff. And you're not talking millions of dollars or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're just talking thousands, and not even a whole lot of thousands. So, I mean, it really just kind of depends on what you're trying to do. Right about now, and since we've been talking about doing like PC builds and gaming rigs, budget gaming rigs and stuff like that. One of the BBT projects that I'm really just going to try to launch here for this year is to do some sim racing. As kind of like a springboard off of those discussions that we've had. And you know, that's a legit form. Look up this brother. His name is Jan Martinborough, Jann, Jan Martinborough. So he's a brother from the UK, and so he races for Nismo Motorsport in Japanese Super GT racing. But how he got his start was he won a Gran Turismo GT Cup. Like it was basically sim racing. So he beat out like 40,000 people and won a seat racing a real race car for Nissan Motorsport.
Yeah, that's actually a good point because esports is that, you know, that next level.
Yes, sir.
So so you say $8 million, $80 million. That might have been true years ago, but now it's a different story. Now you're talking about 30, 40 grand.
Hey, Jan Martinborough got in the seat for the price of a PS4, bro.
Well, yeah, right. If he's using other people's equipment, right? So
no, what I'm saying is that Nissan is paying his seat. He basically won out from online racing. So what he was doing was he was racing at home, playing Gran Turismo, and he was beating everybody's ass. Nismo basically said, okay, look, dude, we need to bring you in for a test. And then hired him as a driver.
Mhm.
He didn't have to come up with the money. As I said, for the cost of a PS4.
but yeah, but we don't have a culture of racing, right? We have a culture of popping wheelies on dirt bikes and stuff in the hood that are stolen. But
Rough riding.
yeah, we have a culture of that. We don't have a culture of racing, competitiveness, meritocracy. We don't have that. Everything's about swag. Everything's about Henry. You know, Henry this, Henry that. So that's why you don't really see too much of it, of the pure stuff that other communities do. We don't see that here because everything's based on Henry.
And you know, to do something like racing, here's the thing, dude. You know, the shit looks cool and it costs a lot of money. But you know what a lot of people find out real quick? It only looks cool for a certain amount of time because as your ass keeps losing, you spend more money and you can quickly get broke, right? See, so then it becomes the impetus to win.
Mhm.
And that's where the competition comes in. So yeah, you need to get good at engineering. You need to get good at mathematics. You need to get a little bit savvy with the mechanics game. You gotta understand how tire pressures work and how temperatures affect tire pressures. And yeah, it's some real shit. But you know what? I take it just as seriously as brothers take football and basketball and every other sport we do and excel at. And you know, I've said this before, you know, we have a small, where I'm at, we have a very small fraternity of brothers who race out here, you know. But, you know, all of us, man, we're always putting it down, dude. Like
Yeah.
no one's never slow. Put it like that.
Yeah, let me go to Johnny Blaze. He has his hand raised.
Hey, I just kind of wanted to piggyback on what you were saying earlier, Mike, you know, about the whole, the swag and all this other nonsense.
Mhm.
It's unfortunate that we can't show the detrimental side to this stuff and really get guys more in line that, you know, game is not about swag. It's understanding financial responsibility and accountability, because this whole wanting to be the Henry thing has long-term effects. And I mean, I'll just give a quick short story. When I was, you know, back in the military early on, I was out there spending, you know, cash, chasing women. And man, one day I went through all of the money in my bank account to include the overdraft protection. I was negative $500 in debt.
Wow.
Yeah. And at the time I was a shift worker. So as a shift worker living in the dorms, you don't get free meals. So literally I had no money to actually eat. I had to call my grandmother for like $50. And so between that $50 and two of my buddies were bringing me back food, I had to like live off that for damn near a month till my next paycheck came.
Wow.
Yeah. So that is the detriment of trying to be a Henry.
Yep. Could have been worse. Could have been eating a bowl of coochie. That's a whole different story. Let's go with hand raised. John got his hand raised.
Can y'all hear me?
Let's put some volume on your mic.
Hey, what's going on, man?
I just want to make sure y'all can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
A couple things. The first thing, I just want to say thank y'all because like stumbling upon this made me realize that I'm not the only person who thinks that way about like assets and just business and things in general.
Mhm.
But the one thing I wanted to say about Henry's is it's really a lack of direction. Like we don't have any type of propaganda that tells us that we can be these um like black business billionaires, right? You see like all the times any black movie, it's all about, you know, drug kingpins and things like that, guys who have the most swag and who's in the top of the gang, or some guy makes it out of the hood, but then all of a sudden his best friend gets, it's always something negative. It can never be like um something like a you know what I'm talking about, like a family movie where everybody got bread, like it's something like a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air,
Okay.
you know, every people got money. Like he was a doctor, his wife was like a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like that's what we're really missing. We're missing that um a way out. Because before you guys, I'm thinking I'm going crazy because I'm talking to my friends about asset accumulation and things like that. And they looking at me like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, I know I'm not crazy. Like I know I'm not dumb here.
Mhm.
But then you stumble upon people who actually look like you and talk like you, and you're like, okay, like this is normal. It's just not available. Like I had to search for this. And
Not
I'm 20.
commonplace, bro.
Yeah, I'm 24 now, and I've been searching since I was 17. So I'm like, I'm just now on the point where I'm like, okay, the game is asset accumulation. And I'm like, that's sad. I shouldn't be learning how to manage my money at 23, 24.
No, you're good. You're good. You're right on time. Because it actually follows a point that somebody was making earlier. Um, and I did want to follow up on it. So I'm glad you actually say that because, see, the fact of the matter is this. I think the point the brother was making was that it takes a long time. I think there's a brother in New York who has their part. I think he might still be on the chat.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm here.
oh, okay, okay, yeah. The point that
Joe.
you were
Yeah.
making, Joe,
Yeah.
that it takes time to build and accumulate, wealth and assets and things like that. And I did want to make a point here because it actually relates to the SYSBM stuff that we were talking about here, and just sort of like expectations as black men, like what our expectations are and why it's important to prioritize things and be about saving oneself and all this type of stuff, because the reality is that the average millionaire, the average person, average male who is a millionaire becomes so in his 50s. Okay, this is a Forbes statistic. I'm trying to remember which article, where it was published, when it was published, sometime last year. The average millionaire becomes a millionaire at age like 53.2. Okay, so like just stop for a minute and think about it. How much time you actually have from that median age or that average age. Now, that average age factors in those that are younger, obviously, that make money, and then gentlemen who are older, right? But the average is 53.2. So at 24, don't feel so bad. I think you can scratch a million before. Honestly, if you get diligent about it now, dude, I made my first six figures at 25.
Yeah,
So
so
I
that's
don't,
inspiring.
huh?
I say, yeah, that's inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's. I mean, well, not only is it inspiring, but it's realistic. And
Hmm.
I think that oftentimes, we hear a lot. See, there's a lot there's a lot of things culturally that we seem to have appropriated ourselves to that don't necessarily reflect the greater reality, right? There's realities in the Black community, and then there's the greater reality. See, the greater reality is that everybody else knows it's about the long game, right? It's about the long game. The life insurance scheme you were talking about, best believe I got something like that set up with my child too. It's the long game. Now, that's not necessarily the modus operandi in Black culture. Okay, long game's not the modus operandi, and I won't go into all the various clues that would suggest that that is actually the case. You know, that's for another time, another discussion. The fact of the matter is that this is what plagues us. You know, so at a certain point, you have to say, save yourself, and you do what's right for you and for those who will be your progeny. You know, those who will come after you. And if you make some excess, then yeah, help those out. Pull a Robert Smith. Do a good deed or two, or a couple hundred. You know, like, I mean, real shit. Like, a lot of what's coming across is like shaming tactics and stuff for brothers who like kind of have this apolitical sort of independent mindset about how they're gonna the approach they're gonna take to the world, as if there's some sort of shaming tactic or shaming mechanism that's gonna draw you back or some shit. It's like, look, you got to understand, at some point in time, I might just have to be your savior. So fall back with that shit. You know? So I mean, I don't know, man. Like this Henry stuff, and like I said, man, you know, I'm gonna be a bit more aggressive in terms of tone in 2020 because it's not a game right about now, man. It really isn't.
Exactly.
Hey, if I can jump in, I wanted to get in way back ago when we were talking about like women and, you know, most men do look for good women. And last week, matter of fact, I was having a conversation with my son, and I was telling him, because I just finished reading this book called Black Titans. It's about A.G. Gaston. He was a monolith. You know what I'm saying? This is the people we need to be reading about. You know what I'm saying? Dudes like him, who was a multi-millionaire, and you know what I'm saying? Like for me, I really understood the term called vertical integration, because all his businesses fed each other, and he can start a business and have it make no money, but because he had other businesses, he didn't have to make money from that business until it was good enough to start making income, and then become a big instrument in his wealth, you know what I mean, in his power and in being able to accumulate things. Nonetheless, I wanted to talk about women for a second. I was telling my son about A.G. Gaston and how he chose his wife. And A.G. Gaston, when he chose his wife, he had two wives. His first wife died. She had an illness, and then he had a second wife until, you know what I mean, they were like late in their like 80s, 90s. He just died like in 1996. This dude was around. His parents were slaves, man. And he died like 1996, and we don't really know about him. Dude was he was a titan, man. That's why his book called Black Titans. But anyway, I was telling my son, listen, this is going off of a book that I read from Robert Kiyosaki. It's called Cash Flow Quadrants. I had him read it. My son's 9 years old. He read Robert Kiyosaki's first book, and then he read Cash Flow Quadrants. So, you know, I was telling my son, you know, there's 4 classes of people. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, yo, when you go and choose a woman, make sure that you marry a woman whose parents are in business for themselves. They're business-minded people. Because then you won't marry no succubus who only know how to feed off of others. You know what I'm saying? Marry someone that's from the B class or from the I class. B class means business owner. I class means investor. There's also something called the S class, which is a small business owner. And that's those people that work themselves to death because they are their business. They don't really have a business. They are the business, right? You don't really want to do that, because that's actually kind of like your doctors, I mean, high earning people. But again, like if they leave, they can't leave it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, you want to be able to manage it, not be in it. So I was like, son, make sure you marry into a family, because your family is going to be a B and an I, a business owner and an investor. Marry into your own class. Don't marry no E, because your wife or the woman that you're dating with ain't gonna know nothing about investing, ain't gonna know nothing about being a business owner. All they're gonna know about, like, oh, I gotta go to work and I gotta make this money and I gotta do it until I die. And what the hell are you going to conferences What are you doing networking with other people and talking about stuff that ain't got to do with your day-to-day job? You mean an employee can't do nothing but be an employee. That's why we have them. They're good. You know what I mean? They keep the world going. But I said, son, stay marry into a family that is a business owner and investor. And that's what A.G. Gaston did for the first time. And the second time, what he did, he married a woman that was business focused. You know what I mean? And that's how he kind of stayed away from the rest. You know what I'm saying? That's all I wanted to say on that part.
No, man, you know what, dude? That's absolute facts, man. You know, my wife, she had at one time she worked at a bank and understood.
Yo, Complex.
Yo, somebody call me?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you were
You went
talking.
out.
What happened?
I think you
went
muted
out.
yourself.
Oh, I did? Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not sure what happened there. No, I was just saying, you know, I learned a thing or two from her, you know, being that, you know, she had worked in a bank for some time and, you know, understood how to literally put a bank together. Really helped me, you know, in some of the business projects and stuff that she had assisted me with and the things that her and I did together. So, I mean, yeah, when they come from that class, the interactions that you have are different than, you know, when you're kind of misaligned when it comes to, you know, your class orientation.
If I can jump in,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, I was thinking about that, like how family is like really important, because if you watch something like, because I grew up watching like the mafia movies, and if we take out like all the gangster stuff and the killing, it's really about business. It's like asset accumulation and then using the skills of your family, because they got like lawyers, you know what I'm saying? They got cooks, they got drivers, whatever. Whatever the family needed, there was always somebody with that skill to help. And I feel like if you have a big enough family, then there's no limits to what you like could accomplish together for the family, you know.
But do you see that happening in the Black community? I'm not seeing anything like that.
Exactly. And I'm thinking like it's very simple, because I feel like, especially with dating and relationships, I just feel like we're doing it for the wrong reasons. If I'm going into a relationship and I'm saying, hey, listen, look, my goal is asset accumulation, because in that event, it's going to take care of me and it's going to take care of you. And let's set it up legally to where you own 50% of whatever assets we get in together. Because that way, if she does whatever she wants to do and goes crazy, I still have my 50% and she just gonna opt out. And if I, you know, cheat or do whatever the hell, then she still has her 50%. You know, I just feel like we going into it with I'm big and bad, I'm cool, and then who's gonna play who? You know what I mean? I just feel like it's not enough anymore.
Yeah,
Well, you're talking about oh, I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
it's Henry's marrying Henry's. You see a lot of these guys, they look like Tony Trump running around, big fake jewels on, you know, big thick beard. You know, now I'm starting to find out those beards are fake now. I'm gonna start calling cats out. We're gonna start yanking on the beards. Yeah, man.
Santa beard.
Yeah, and the community is littered with these types of men who don't believe in meritocracy. They don't believe in that type of stuff, man. They just believe in, you know, the silhouette of success. You know, that's what the Henry is, man. They believe in that silhouette, man. You know, looking weird on social media, talking about my man's got the Maybach. I'm pushing this, you're pushing that. It's like, who are you fooling, man? Who are you fooling out here? Popping cigars, looking crazy on camera. Like, what are you doing,
dude?
man?
All off of rap music. Come on.
Oh, it's crazy, and the BWs love these types of men, and so because of that, you know, they love the image, like the image of this sort of superstar, man, this socialite sort of BM, and brothers have pretty much based their self-esteem off of a woman's validation, man, and you know, they're going to be in for a rude awakening when they reach 40, man, and all that just disappears and dissipates. So, and the technocrats take over, and they have to actually submit to, you know, to those types of brothers, man, who are going to run a technocracy in their face. It's a different ball game, man. It's a different ball game. We just read an article about China pushing for a digital currency. Fiat currency may be going away in, you know, 10 to 20 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Mike, and that's the thing, man. You know, it's kind of what we kind of been standing on this whole time, dude. Oh, wait, Kel's got her hand up.
You have the ability to advance on complex because you're co-host.
I don't know, man. So is it do I add them to panelists? Is that what you do when they have the hand up?
Promote to panel.
Promote to panel.
Yep.
Okay, I'm still new to Zoom.
Yep.
What's up, Kels?
What were you saying before?
I think I was following up on a point you were making.
Okay.
But it kind of escaped me.
But yeah, to Josh's point, man, that's what's going on. Cats don't believe in that anymore. You can hear it right here in the manosphere. Just because you have this, just because you have that, doesn't mean anything. Okay, so what are we measuring each other by? what is this? What are we measuring each other by?
Well, I mean, like I said, man, if we all exist in a vacuum, right, then I suppose, right, that's up for debate. But like I said, you know, there is a greater society, right, that's macro to the micro Black society, okay? And so like, you know, there is correlation between the two. So if you think that you live in your little bubble, in your little Black community, think again. There's a world out there, right? You see, so like in your little head, you know, your little mind, you know, you think success is this, right? And because you know a bunch of wayward sisters co-sign it, then it must be gospel. And maybe in the Black community where you come from, perhaps. Elsewhere in the world, not so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, when that paper money goes away, and you don't have access to that anymore, I don't know what to tell you, man. You know.
Right, but and if you had and you weren't listening to us, so that means that when that switch did happen, you know your digital portfolio wasn't built up. So I guess what though, none of this means anything in the scope of some sort of social hierarchy or some sort of determinant factor that would suggest that, hey, you know what, there may actually be those that I might need to defer to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I don't know if those aren't measures that suggest what's going to determine what the markers are, then you know what, all the best to you. And if you honestly think, you know, we're going to go back to the Stone Ages and all this shit, I don't know, man. I think the tech giants have something to say about that.
Yep. We have,
you know,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. We have Cocaine Kells on the panel, and do you have anything you want to add to this discussion about Henry?
And Henrietta. She had a giggle. That's all she had.
She needs to unmute herself.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you might not know what a Henry is. So Henry is a high earning, not rich yet, millennial, for all intents and purposes.
Hey, sorry about that. Sorry.
Oh, there she goes.
I was just speaking. I didn't catch the entire conversation, so I don't want to speak on it, but I just wanted to join the panel to see if I can give add anything to it, but not this particular conversation because I didn't hear the entire discussion.
The topic we were speaking on is Henry and Henrietta, but Henry is a high was it Mike?
High earning, not rich yet millennial.
Not rich yet millennial.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, high earners, but don't really have any sort of wealth actualization, and don't possess much of a plan, right, to actually start to steer some of that high income into wealth building vehicles, right? So it was kind of just speaking to sort of like the nature of just the lifestyle that kind of comes along with the Henry, if you will. So that's all we were kind of speaking to, and how the manosphere is flush with them.
Okay. No, I don't have a comment on that. I'll just keep those thoughts in my head.
Maybe you could speak about Henrietta's another time.
Are they is Henrietta, does she support pump and dump, or
I would probably say that they do.
Sounds like it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Thanks. To Josh's point, man, we don't have a whole bunch of human resources that we can rely on to carry out an operation like that. You really have guys who can drive manual transmission now. You really want these guys to be your driver?
That's pretty sad, man. Most dudes can't drive a manual.
Nah, man, they got 2 left feet, man.
Yeah, to your point, I really feel like what's going to end up happening is there are going to be a lot of us who are separating ourselves from the bottom to create, because I don't want to sound nihilistic, but like 80% of people aren't really going to do much, and it's that top 20% who are really going to actually have the power to lead the sheep, for lack of imagination. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, and so it's just like at the end of the day, once you separate yourself and you have the wealth and you have the means to do so, then it's just about cooperating with other people who are on your level to guide the masses. Because right now we're just under the control of so far it's just like all the movies and the other things that we see, and that's more one or two race aimed, which for me, I see a bunch of Asians and white people, obviously. But eventually what's going to end up happening is, there's going to be some black players turning or coming to the table, pushing out their movies and things like that. But at the end of the day, it's all going to be for a reason. Like, we're just not going to do it to empower the community. It's just going to be to empower the people who think differently, the next generation of 20%ers, essentially.
Well, you've always had, and I think during our earlier cultural intelligence hangouts last year, we kind of hammered on this theme a little bit, but all cultures have an intelligentsia. And I think the unique thing about Black culture is Black culture is the only culture that really looks at its intelligentsia as its underclass. That you have to really kind of like let that one sink in, right? Because in every other culture on the goddamn planet, your educated class and your intelligentsia is actually responsible for your culture, right? Like, think about all of the good things that come, or all of the iconic things, the things that are known globally, all over the world, that come out of places like France and Europe, or France and Germany. Things that are crafted, like fine leather, or stuff that a place, a place for. Okay, those are the people who were like your finest craftsmen, your finest metallurgists, your finest fill in the blank artisans, okay, your finest musicians, your diplomats. Okay, these aren't the dumbasses of your society. Okay, they're not the idiots. They're not, they're not like the dudes who did some time and then came out because they read a few books. Now they know more than you. Those aren't the people. Okay, okay. The intelligentsia is the people who are largely revered in greater societies. Only in Black culture, okay, are you a fucking lame for being intelligent? I mean, it is unreal. Like that is just something I think that's one of the things that I'll never really truly grasp.
If I could touch on that, because it. I mean, the ones that are labeled lame, and I don't like labels for anyone. Honestly, I don't like people who are like disgusting, but that goes across all types of people. But you know, where was I going with this? Um, as far as like the people who are quote unquote lame, I mean, you might say that they're lame, but when they are the ones that are feeding you, it's silly. You know what I'm saying? Like in regards to the Henrys and the Henriettas, those are my best tenants. You know what I'm saying? Those are my best tenants. My rents are so expensive, and because they want that life, they pay for that life.
Yeah.
And I gladly serve them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because you know what? There's 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 wolves and there's sheep. We all can't be wolves because then there won't be no sheep. I need my sheep. I take care of my sheep. You know what I'm saying? They feed me. I tell my son all the time, they feed you. They come in all colors. They
Yes,
come in all
sir.
sizes. We eat all their food. And then we give
Listen,
them
man.
a little back. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
So you
man. I build and sell racing carts. Look, do you think I sell any of these things to Black folks?
I don't know.
No, no. I've never sold a cart to like a brother. So, like no one Black. I've never sold. No, white guys happily. How much is that, Ulysses? $7,500, 10 grand. There you go. Will you take six cash and 4 on credit? I sure will.
Mm. Nice.
Like it's. I mean, yeah, we really do have like this, and when I say we, it's a colloquially we. I've never ever believed this shit at all, dude. That's why it's even at 42 years of age, I'm still kind of like, God damn, dude, are you for real? Like, y'all still on this shit? Like, this notion of this idea again that like, a dude who is of like the business class or the investor class, for example, because he's a part of that class, he inherently can't fuck a chick right or something, right?
Exactly.
Like where we have some of the dumbest, we have like some of the most dumbest rudimentary thoughts and beliefs as Black folks, dude. It is utterly disgusting.
All I look at them as is food. They are food. Like Ramil says, they're food. And you know what? Think what you think, and just stay where you are. Honestly, it is sad though, because the 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 weakest has the loudest mouths, right? And I always say, my son, I always tell my son, yo, power moves in silence. Okay, you never want to be the puppet. You always want to be the puppeteer. You don't really want, because you think about it, right? Think about it. When you have a lot, seriously, when you have a lot, do you want that person next to you to know that you have a lot? Because you might bump them and all of a sudden they fall on the floor and like, oh my God, I'm hurt. I need to get paid. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Power moves in silence. You don't want to, come on now, right? The country we live in is a country where if you say something wrong nowadays to people, they can sue you. You know what I'm saying? So we're like walking liabilities. You know what I'm saying? So power's never gonna be like, oh, here I am, here I am, because then they're gonna look at you like, oh, here you are, what you got? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like, let me
but
go
also,
trip on your lawn. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, I think it's still like I think we have a lot of misguided perceptions of things. Like, like, dude, there's like a bunch of my neighbors. I don't live in like $1 million home. Okay, I don't live in no $1 million home or nothing like that. But see, I got neighbors that are millionaires. You get what I'm saying?
All the time.
That means that like their bank accounts say they're millionaires, but they live in a home that's maybe like $500,000, $600,000, right? That they've lived in for like they've been like my, neighbors here for like, they lived in their house for like the last like 20, 25 years, right? And they drive like a 2015 Honda Accord. Like we have like weird perceptions of like what wealth and what success looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
My fault, complex. I just had to say this. I
No,
remember,
go ahead.
I remember a couple years ago when Michael Kors came out. Michael Kors been around for a little while, but then they went and they became public, right? Meaning that they hit the stock market. And I'm telling you, that year they were in every single mall. Every time I came to the hood on a holiday, I'm like, yo, this is a holiday, Valentine's Day, or remember Christmas. I'm like, so what did you get for your girl, for your wife? Oh, I got a Michael Kors bag. I got a Michael Kors coat. I got a Michael Kors this, Michael Kors that. And I'm just looking at them like, yo, that year Michael Kors went public. On Michael Kors alone, I made $7,000. You know what I mean? I was just buying the stock while everybody was buying the clothes and the watch and the bullcrap jewelry. And I'm over here like, yeah, man, you know what? That watch is hot as hell. You should get her another one. Because like me and Michael Kors is getting paid. You know what I'm saying? I made $7,000. He was like, what you get your? I ain't get a damn thing, man. She can get whatever else you want. I'm not.
See, the key here is to invest in what you consume. Right.
Nah, I don't even consume in it. I don't even.
Well,
I don't even partake.
The thought is whatever it is that you consume, you invest in, right? So, perfect example. I always wanted to get into racing and stuff, but what I always thought was I had to get rich first, so that I had a shit ton of money so that I can do it, right? But then it occurred to me at some point after I got a little bit more savvy about business and stuff. It was like, well, dude, why don't you either just incorporate your pre-existing businesses into something and then springboard it into something, or two, why don't you just make a business out of it? So I made a business out of it. And that's what I mean by investing in what you consume. Like the thing that you would otherwise just spend money on, okay, you may as well come up with something where you're going to put money into it so that you can enjoy it and get paid from it.
Yeah.
Right. And that doesn't mean like just any old thing. It's like the things that you spend a lot of money on, like shoes, for example, right? Like you got a lot of dudes, they're sneaker collectors and shit. I had a couple homies, man. I was just like, dude, I don't understand why you spend this kind of money on this shit. But hey, years later, man, they got shoes that they flip on eBay and some of the sneaker forums and shit right now. They bought them at $150, $200 like 10 years ago. Now they're selling for like 500. So invest in what you consume. If you're a shoe head, then, maybe perhaps really study the game and become a collector and then have it pay for itself, or maybe even enrich yourself off of it. I don't know, but don't just, the smart move, the non-smart move is not just to like spend your money on something because you really like it. The smart thing would be like, okay, you know what, dude, look, I like this shit too much for me to go broke over it.
If I'm gonna double down on what you just said, right? So another thing, right? I remember when Facebook, which is in 2012, they went public. You know what I'm saying? And I saw Facebook. I'm like, yo, these junkies online with social media, they're gonna eat this up, And I made $100,000 on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Me and a couple of friends, we all went in. You know what I'm saying? We bought in at $43 a share. Facebook's at $200 a share now. You know what I'm saying? I made a crap load of money. And I had no Facebook account, but I knew what Facebook was at. Each acquisition, everybody's like, yo, I love WhatsApp. I love Instagram. I love Instagram more than I love Facebook. F Facebook, son. I'm like, yeah, Yeah, all that. They own everything. Yeah, yeah, all that. You know what I'm saying? And it took me a long time before I even got a Facebook page. But I was like telling my wife, "Yo, honey, man, Mark made us so much money, man. We could get one of these accounts. Each person on an average gets they make $5 from each person on an average. You know what I'm saying? Let's invest in getting a social media page, a Facebook account, and we'll be giving some money to Mark and he gives it back to us. You know what I mean? He's a good guy. Look what he did for us. You know what I mean? 100 grand, that's a nice cheese, you know? And that's how I was looking at it. Like, yo, I invested what other people go crazy over. You know what I'm saying? Another one, last one. Canada Goose, man. Oh my God. Canada Goose. Those are
Is
big
that the
ass coats.
jackets? Them big ass
Yeah,
jackets?
man, with
I
that
heard
goose
about
shit
that,
on it.
man. I heard
Yo,
about like
oh
how that
my
shit just went
gosh.
crazy.
Yo, I knew it was gonna go crazy because before it went public, this company's been out forever. You know what I'm saying? They only sold it to like researchers that go up in the Arctic and
In the
shit. 'Cause
Arctic and
it's a
shit. Yep.
yeah, it's a real good coat. But when they were going public, and they're like, yo, we going public because we gonna make it trendy. We gonna hire some stars, some rappers, and they're gonna do what
Drake.
they do, right? They're gonna do
Yep.
what they do. They're gonna make the masses buy this shit. And what did they, yo, $1,000 coat? Are you serious? Yo, that
Yeah,
stock.
as soon as they saw Drake with it on with
Yeah,
rocking the
bro.
jacket.
All we gotta do is put some puppets out there, give them my coat. You know what I'm saying? And the sheep will run to it. They will run to, and that's what happened. Canada Goose went 300% in the first year it went out. It came
Yeah,
out
the
at
jackets was going for
$15.
like how much was the jackets going for? It
A
was like
thousand dollars is for the
yeah,
coat,
like
bro.
$1,500 or some shit, like $1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's really a $20-$50 jacket.
yeah,
Yeah.
honestly,
Hey, wait, yeah,
it's really
because
like
they said
$100, I
well, I
think.
was gonna
You know what
say
I'm saying?
because the Chinese, as soon as that happened, they had all these knockoffs coming from China, and I think this is how I heard about that company, bro, because I actually heard about how this company was suing uh, a company in China because they produced a knockoff jacket, and then when a research lab tested it, like, dude, the Chinese jacket was like damn near identical. And that jacket was probably, like you said, maybe like $100, $150 or some shit to produce.
Yo, I bought a coat just like that in one of those stores in the mall right after
Coat
the
Factory.
winter time. I don't even
Wait,
remember. I think
where?
it was like
Burlington?
no. And you know the malls, you know how they have those stores. I don't know the names of them. I don't track that stuff. You know what I mean? I just went in a store. I usually get coats from them every now and then. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna go to my coat and look at it. Anyway, I went there and got that coat for $25. Okay, it's the same sticking coat, you know. But I just knew that it was gonna go crazy. It wasn't the black people that made it go crazy.
No. It
Because
was
I
just
work I work in the city. You know, I don't work in the city anymore, but I worked in the city, and I work in a building with a lot of Jewish law firms and accounting firms and stuff like that. And I see all the Jewish people with this freaking
yep.
coat, and I'm like, yo, when this thing goes public, the black people are just gonna eat this shit up because they already got the rich Jews already wearing it, $1,000 a pop. The Asians are already rocking it. This
Yep.
thing's gonna go public. They're gonna push it out, and I'm telling you, $15 to 45. You know what I'm saying? Just like that. I'm like, yo, 300% under a year. Now it's a little under 45. It's like 30, 35. But just buy what people love. I mean, just invest in what people love. You know what I'm saying? I've done really well. You know what I'm saying? I've done really well that
Word.
way.
Hey, Kels, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to add real quick in regards to your comment about the really the misconception of quote unquote educated lames. I was listening to a live stream, and I won't say who said it, but there was a comment made in regards to maybe because educated lames can't get any women or they have a hard time getting women, they should connect with the pro-Black sector to figure out what it is that they're doing to get Yeah, to get.
Wait, I'm
I
sorry.
know, I know.
Wait, who suggested this?
I can't say.
Was there any reason or logic behind you saying that?
Well, I mean, it was a discussion in regards to it was just an interview. I think it was an interview, and I think the question was, what do you think about the separation, or the whole drama around pro-black versus red pill or whatever. And then that was the answer. I think that the pro-black sector, and the educated lame, she mentioned the educated lame and red pill should kind of come together and trade
No, here's the
ideas.
No, I was gonna say, I guess again, who the fuck ever agreed to that and said that, yeah, I the lame will meet with you the B1, and we're gonna come up with that is some real just dumb. That's just and no, Kels, it's not you. I'm just saying, like, these are real stupid concepts, and I'm just saying Black people should really get in the habit of abandoning stupid concepts, right? Something like the notion of an educated lamb. Like, again, we just talked maybe like 15 minutes ago about the importance of the intelligentsia of societies, present and past, and again, I guess those who consider themselves of the intelligent set are actually supposed to entertain. Like, that is some dumb shit. It's like, look, just accept like the directives that we give you when we hand down a plan. How about that?
Well, my response was, the reason that I feel that some women think that quote unquote educated lames are not getting women is because they don't want them. So
I think. Oh, I'm sorry, Kelsey. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's because they're not checking for the type of woman that or the type of women that are making these comments. So these women assume because the other side is checking for them that something must be wrong with the quote unquote educated lames because they're not checking for them.
Well,
And
it's kind of all like a mirror, isn't it? Um, okay, so let's just take this particular platform here. No one, to my knowledge, has ever expressed any issues getting women. So we'll go ahead and establish that as a fact, and that's what I mean. Sometimes it's like these notions have connotations that go along with them, and then what we do is we go ahead and lay that term on somebody along with all the connotations, and it's not accurate, right? See, so no one here has expressed. Matter of fact, like it's women are such a non-issue that it's never really a topic here. You ever notice that?
yeah, well, I mean, it's a myth, what
Largely, yeah, and that's
yeah,
kind of how it's met. That's why it's like the idea is silly, right? Because there's a connotation attached to all that suggests that somehow these quote unquote lames over there have women. No, like, see, I'm the one who can say that I've been happily married. Most of these people can't, oddly enough.
True,
Right?
true, and me too.
Like, yeah, it's like, wait a minute, like, dude, like, who are you really addressing with that?
Well, like I said, I mean, it's really them really not knowing what their sexual market value is, right? So they're assuming it's really high. So they're asking the question, okay, why is he not checking for me? He must be GAY, or he must, be an incel or whatever. And what I said is that, quote unquote educated lames, they know their value. So no, they're not going to sprint and have sex with every single woman They're going to be strategic in their approach, and they are going to make the right choice at the end of the day. And obviously that choice was not you. So that's kind of how I put it in my response. So
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the only way. But see, the thing is, Kels, that's the only way you can logically deduce it, right? Like, okay, by that virtue alone, right? The mere fact that I chose my wife, for example, meant that I didn't choose everyone else, right? So that's a clear example of how I was strategic in my approach, right? And I'm actually a big fan of that. I really do think that's look, if guys want best outcomes, right? Like, don't place so much importance on pussy like that. You know, sex at the end of the day, the purpose of it is reproduction. I get there's a pleasure factor in it, but you know, like all things, we should apply reason. You know, instead of just kind of going recklessly about it. Not only, you know, going recklessly about it, but the people that the women that you do that with, you should be very mindful of who that is. Like, you know, you should think like, okay, like in the event an accident happened, would I be okay having a kid with this chick? If the answer is no, you shouldn't be fucking. That's just kind of like the general rule I always ran on, and it took me a long way. So just thought I'd throw that out there. But that's the reality, Kels. You know what I mean? It's like, look, I think women can say this. The same can be said in the opposite, right? Like, I wasn't chosen I wasn't chosen by all women, right? It's just kind of, fuck, dude, it's life. Like, that's just what happens, right? You're out here, you meet people, you may date for a little while, you may date long-term, it may work, it may not. You know what I mean? The whole thing is that hopefully through each interaction that you have with someone, you learn more and more about what it is you do want and that you don't want. And as you learn more and more about what you do want, you stop fucking with the shit that you don't want. You would hope that would happen, right?
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I totally agree. And I think I'm probably the only advocate for quote unquote educated lames, because they're, you know, when I do listen to these panels and I listen to the women speak, I mean, it is so, I mean, I am literally speechless when they start talking about quote unquote educated lames. And
it's mind-blowing, isn't it?
yes, I mean, it's kind of like they have this visual of Steve Urkel, which he was, to in my opinion, he had autism or something. Like, he wasn't like your, you know, he wasn't like a real nerd, you know. And for some reason,
he was one on TV though. Let's be fair.
Right, but I mean, he wasn't. You know,
he wasn't
he's
real.
not.
He's not real. That's the thing.
Right, and he's not a poster child for the way a nerd looks, is what I'm saying. So, you know, I just don't understand it at all, and I think that, you know, it's really one of those things that has to be changed in some sort of way. I wanted to challenge that individual. Unfortunately, it was an interview, but at the same time, it's like, we don't speak the same language. Like, you think that, you know, a person has to go through homelessness, or you know, be homeless and be in a gang and then also go to prison in order to qualify them as being a man. See, I don't think that. So again, we don't really have anything in common, but I did catch that comment.
But wait, this person actually thinks that?
Well, I mean, maybe I'm paraphrasing, but yeah,
Okay.
I mean, in order to really say that you are a quote unquote man in her eyes, you have to have had some sort of trauma in your life that would prepare you to withstand any type of catastrophic incident in your future life, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, similar to how like they would take like the young warrior at like age 12 and say go and kill a mountain lion. Right.
Right,
And
right,
and
right.
if he comes back and does it, right, he crossed the golden gate, if you will, and he's now entered into the realm of manhood because he brought back a dead mountain lion. Like kind of like that.
Right, right. So, you know, and I did get the visual of, you know, this individual maybe checking the man's arms to see if he has any scars to qualify him, to see if he's, you know, been through any fights, you know, to see if he would protect her, you know, all those types of things. I think really, really do her a disadvantage.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, Kels, right? And this is why I kind of do want to inject these tropes in going into 2020 about this type of stuff, because what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to approach this with a level of acceptance, right? So you see, so I want to actually accept the notion or the idea that, you know, for certain groups of women, perhaps they need that. Like, I think they actually do. And I don't think that is really worth a lot of time, like arguing with women about what's good for them. I mean, you know, I'm just going to, again, go off of the assumption that we're all adults. And so if she just inherently deep down, like that, what drives her as a dude who's like been to jail and been in fights and shit, I'm not going to argue with you.
Right. And that's why I said we don't speak the same language. And so I
Yeah.
decided against it. It's
Yeah,
just a
have
waste
at
of
it.
my time.
Just don't consider me a lame. That's all I am going to say. But other than that, do you, boo? Fuck, I don't care.
Right.
You know,
right.
if I'm sorry, guys. If I could.
No, go ahead, bro. You know what? Johnny Blaze, he had his hand up though.
Okay, I'll wait.
Well, you know what?
Hey, hey, Complex.
Oh, you there? Okay. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, I was just like really listening to Kels's thing about this, and I was just kind of floored. But I kind of want to throw like a little hypothetical situation out here. Just kind of hear me out for a second. Sure. Let's just kind of run with this. Let's just say we needed, you know, this other sector to help us with this whole, you know, woman thing or what have you. Typically, in this kind of situation, all right, we're wanting something from them. But I guarantee you there's something that they're going to want from us on that same side. Now, they may not say what it is up front, but we have an idea, you know, what those things could be, resources or some other kind of means. But that's what this thing appears to be. And I've heard this kind of thing before, where the quote unquote, the alpha dude, you know, Mr. Swag himself, he's going to teach the lame dude how to be smooth like him. You know, it's almost like, once again, this is the whole pickup artist concept. And that's kind of why I wanted to go with this. And I guess for me personally, I'm really tired of hearing these discussions because this right here is not going to help anybody.
It's highly disingenuous, man. I mean, again, like, dude, you know, I was a married man, dude. You know, beautiful chocolate sister, like, I never had a problem getting women. Like, that's what I mean. Like, dude, who comes up with this shit? Who's coming up with this shit? And like, black people, really, stop with this dumb shit. Stop with these stupid ass concepts. You guys are smarter than this.
Well, right. And I agree. And the thing about it is, to me, just because you have swag does not qualify you to be an alpha either. So, you know, I think that my mindset is a little different. So I have a hard time kind of communicating with people on panels because we just, I don't understand where their logic is coming in at. And, you know, just because you wear a certain type of clothing does not make you an alpha man, does not make you, you know, someone who is better than someone who does not have that type of clothing on, you know. And so there's a lot of focus on swag. And to me, that's crazy.
Well, Kels, you know, would you agree that there's there's actually two different two different hierarchies as it relates to men, and like in a given culture, right? There's like, I think in Black culture, for example, you have there's the male hierarchy as it relates to the sexual hierarchy, right, where women place men. And then there's social hierarchy, right, where you fall in the social order based on your class and your status. Okay. Now, in other cultures, largely, it's the status and class ranking in the hierarchy that nets you the most gains in life. Okay. Those are, again, we were just talking about this before. People like your business and investor class, politicians, prominent people, they are in that order. Now when it comes to sexual hierarchy, okay, that's largely just based upon what a group of women collectively think is, what they rank guys from, attractive top to bottom, most being at the top, least being at the bottom. Now, I'm really not too sure, like, as a cultural block, right? Because we are a block of people within a greater population of people. If we're largely hedging, how, our evaluation of men based on perceived sexual hierarchy, because again, like there's this notion of this idea that somebody of, business class or investor class doesn't have the ability to have, drive a woman up the fucking wall. Well, I beg to differ, but look, I'm not going to take that on as like a challenge to fucking change a woman's perception of that. It's like, either you're fucking lucky enough to get with me and find out for yourself or not. I mean, it is what it is, right? But I don't think that that's like something that as a block we place a heavy importance on. Like, that does nothing for you as a base. You can't take that to a politician, right, and say, give us legislation like that. It literally does anything. And so to insist that someone like myself should actually give it any sort of actual time, energy, attention, value, or anything, I mean, come on. I'm wishing we could kind of like just get past like the real rudimentary shit, man. It's too late in the day for all that.
Complex. If
I
I
agree.
could chime in, if I could chime in on this, is that honestly, like, sexual prowess stuff. Like, first of all, like, every time you even try to want to lay down with someone, if you're a person of means, it's a liability. So if a man who really has means or his family has means, every time it's like, yo, are you really playing around like that? Like,
dude, this is what goes on in my head all the time.
Right? You're like, yo, hold on. You, first of all, who are you? Where do you come from? What do you have? And if you can't answer those questions without saying, what do you think? What are you asking me that for? That means you have nothing. And that means me and you should not be talking, because you are, it's like, how they would say, I'm being mean and kind of mean about this, saying like, you don't play around with your food. You know what I mean? Like, you're my food, I like you're a consumer and I'm a producer. I make what you eat. You know what I'm saying? I don't mingle. I don't want to say I don't mingle, but I am not on the table for you. You're not on you're not on my plate. I don't look to engage with you like that, because I am like a walking meal ticket to you, and you're a walking dynamite stick to me. You know what I'm saying? We do not get down. You know what I'm saying? I put you far away.
It's
on the
funny,
table,
and it's funny you say that, because it's kind of like that 10-foot pole approach that I think a lot of brothers are having with sisters nowadays, and that's largely the reason why, right there. I mean, I think you kind of explained it really succinctly. It was just like, all right, look, I'm this to you, but you're this to me, so hey, you got to understand something. But I think that's really just more emblematic of just your social interactions in general. No matter where you go, like if you get to a point where you start to build a little something for yourself, you know, you're going to be a little bit more cautious about the interactions that you have with people who don't readily identify with where you are. Like, so when you're amongst other people who have like money, or just live in maybe like the same neighborhood you live in or something like that, it's easy to interact with them. You guys are in the same environment, right?
Yeah.
You know, you see and experience largely the same things on a day-to-day basis, given that you like live within close proximity to each other. Versus like somebody where you don't know what their environment's like on a day-to-day basis, right? So you don't know what their you don't know what drives them, what their impetus is for wanting to interact with you. You know, you don't know these things. And if you're somebody who, you know, has accumulated a little something for themselves, yeah, you know, you may be just a little more like, you know, just I'm gonna be a little, a little cautious, because I'm not too familiar with you and, you know, where you're coming from.
No, you're exactly right. You know, I just honestly, cautious is kind of an understatement, because, you know, like again, it's like you're like they're walking liabilities. Like you don't want to be nowhere next to that. I mean, even in the same environment, where just because you're around this person, they might get you arrested because all of a sudden they want to pop off, right? Because they feel like somebody slighted them in the wrong way, and all of a sudden they start making a scene. And you know, I'm saying you with them. Good Lord, you going to jail because this person just went ape shit over like the food's not cold, or the food's not hot enough, or there's no salt or whatever in the meal. Like you need to run and run fast away from that. You know what I mean? Because what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to ever have anything and keep it, we don't mix, man. We can't. I mean, yo, I'll see you in and out. I'll see you in the club
Well,
across the room. I might even dance with you and then leave you into that. But that's it, man. We're not getting that. We're not doing anything more than that.
well, I would say this, you know, the best, you know, the best mode for trying to just basically live a easy, peaceful existence is to just be nondescript, you know, and just be a part of the scene. You know what I mean? So I find I try to take that approach to life, man. You know, I try to greet everybody with a smile, say hello, you know, light banner, whatever, you know, just be nice and kind to people, man. And you know, people just they'll appreciate kindness, dude. And you know, it'll make them feel better for the day, and you can just go on about your life. And you know, I find if you just take that approach to life, dude, like you're not gonna bump into too much negativity, man. You're really not. You know, I don't even get shit from like sisters like that, you know, like to the extent that you usually hear, you know, a lot of other dudes. Like, um, you know, I'm like, look, you know, I don't have expectations, but like I said, man, I'm just gonna be like, you know, a good vibes type of person, you know. And I think that if you just, like I said, man, like what you choose to do to build wealth for yourself and like for your family stuff, that really should be a very personal thing. I don't like to really live like out loud. You know what I mean? Um, and yeah, it doesn't really, it's not of any benefit to us to kind of, you know, live that type of existence. It really isn't. And maybe that even is also, we put that on the docket for, you know, ideas for, you know, living modalities in 2020, having more of like a reformed or reserved, you know, way of living where it's like, you know, you can sustain your own personal happiness or anything, but like there's not a focus on like exuberance and shit like that. Like, you know, things have to be within reason and in taste. You really have to, um, you know, revisit some of the finer elements of living. You know, things like taste, what's good taste, class, grace, shit like that. You know, I think we need to really start to incorporate that type of stuff too.
Yeah, I definitely think, I honestly, I mean, like, most people go the way of the dodo bird. I think the way that most people are acting, behaving, you ain't gonna be around too long. You know what I'm saying? You ain't putting nothing aside. You living for the moment. You ready to pop off whenever something occurs. You're really not like thinking strategically. You're not thinking with like, hey, I plan on being here 2 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Or I plan on being there 2 years from now. If that's the way you carry yourself and that's the way, you know, you're gonna behave, and hey, you know what? The jails always need people. So I guess that's where you'll be. you know.
Well, damn, I wasn't trying to put them all in jail like that, but hey.
I'm not either, but I'm just saying, like, they always need people, right? And again, I'm not really so much talking about color. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking
Well,
about
yeah, this is across the
behaviors.
board, right? It's
Yeah,
across the board. Yeah, very much so.
it's just behaviors. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I mean, we're just very out there, and we really need to make not as much noise as we're making and just focus on you know some goals. You know what I'm saying? Let's put some stuff down on paper. Let's plan some stuff out. You know what I mean? Let's do a year plan, or let's do you know what I mean? Let's put some goals on a paper and try to hit them versus like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I can't wait to go blow all my money this weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I can't wait for this weekend so I can get drunk and forget about what I did Monday through Friday. You know what I'm saying? And then do it over. I mean, I got friends who's been like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Saturday, Sunday at the club for like 15 years, man, in a row. Like, I'm like, yo, when does it stop, man? Like, when do you wake up and be like, yo, I'm not going nowhere with this? Like,
Man, I
yo,
got
I'm
homies
not getting
still
nothing
doing it.
from this.
They still
Yeah.
doing it, bro. Like hitting the same spots and shit. I'm like, damn, yo, y'all still like word, like, yo, he's still DJing too. Like, yeah, man, we should roll through. I'm like, man,
I'm good. I'm good.
bro.
I'm good.
There's chicks I don't want to see. They're probably gonna be there. No thanks.
Yeah,
thank you.
I don't get it. Like, what do you get from it? You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess because I think also sometimes our communities are very small. You know what I'm saying? Even though we might live in a big city, but our communities are very small. So we don't really have a lot of options to do things with our leisure time. So the only things we do with our leisure times is we end up spending it, you know what I'm saying, in a club or in a space where you got to spend a lot of money to get access. And then everyone's looking like, you know what I'm saying, like a so-called $1 million, right? So you got to look like $1 million.
But that's that whole thing of living in a bubble. Because look, for that money, man, you could have just stuck it in your pocket and just fuck it, man. Me and my kids, we're just gonna, we're gonna go roll out to the woods and just go and like soak up nature or some shit. And that don't cost you nothing outside of gas, and maybe you guys go grab lunch or something. But I think what you get from that is far more valuable than, the fucking club. Like, damn, dude, after you done been doing that for a couple of years, like, what the fuck changes about that shit?
It doesn't get tired at all. Like, seriously, like, it doesn't get tired at all.
Well, I mean, dude, that's like a common theme, dude, just for like black culture in general. Like, y'all niggas ain't tired of all this shit. Like, you just been doing it. Like, just it's been on repeat like forever. I'm sorry, Mike. I know we ran, bro. We gotta cut it short.
Oh no, it was me. I was just gonna say that.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
It's a lack of imagination. Like you said earlier, like it's a bubble. And it really is. Like nobody's saving money or trying to buy assets or nothing like that because they're just living for the weekend. And even if they save some money, they have like no idea what to do with it. So they're just like, I'm just gonna buy the freshest shoes and the belts and the whatnot because all I'm trying to think about is getting Sarah on Saturday. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
So,
Like I said, I'm thinking, yo, hey, game changer, what's going on, bro?
Nothing much. So basically, what society has successfully done to the Black community is they sold sexual access back to itself. So basically, if you notice, the most highly promoted figure in the Black community is the one that spends the most money. Conservative spenders are not promoted on television, movies, music videos, et cetera, et cetera. If you are seen spending money foolishly and frivolously, then your trope will be promoted, and therefore, hopefully, I don't think it's successful, but hopefully, that would be the figure that has the greatest sexual access, and it would encourage others to be heavy spenders. Misers doesn't really do anything for industry, so industry is not going to support that, and that's why we are where we are.
I agree.
Now, I wanted to talk to you, Complex, about sexual access. Then I'm gonna go, but
access.
Yeah, you and Kels, I think we're talking about what women prefer or something like that.
No, she was mentioning, she was talking about, she was listening to a panel, and I think, Kels, you still there? It was from a panel. She was talking about something. She was referencing a panel that she had listened to, and I think something about, they were saying that, like, I guess lames need to partner up with Pookies, and then I guess we're supposed to do some sort of fucking cultural exchange, right? Where they teach lame swag, and then I guess we teach them business or something. Maybe I'm totally off base. I don't know if Kels is there, but she could elaborate on it. But yeah,
well,
that was.
Oh no, go ahead.
That's kind of no. I was just saying that's kind of what she was relaying. That's what we were talking about.
Right. More to what you were saying, that you didn't notice that there was a slant in the sexual attraction that women had for guys who were quote unquote swag versus guys who were educated.
No. I'm saying I've known that. I basically just said that there was an assumption that based on what Kels was saying, there's an assumption that, like, brothers like you and I, for example, have a problem, getting women.
Yeah, and that's what I want to touch on, because
go ahead.
What I believe, this is just a theory of mine. I don't really have enough evidence to say is true or not. What I suspect is, as part of a larger shaming tactic, is that both sides are being played against each other by the woman, meaning that if it is her desire to make her mate feel inadequate, therefore insecure, and therefore she is of greater value than him, then she is going to play in the area. She's going to feign desire for the thing that he lacks.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, say a woman is with a small nerdy guy, and she just says, "Oh, I love big muscles," or "I love tall guys." Or if she's, with a guy who's not really, how can I say, literate, maybe he's dyslexic or something, he doesn't read a lot, then she will pretend as if that is the feature that she likes. So I think that that's really, here's the term. The term, I heard it in the pickup community, or somebody referenced in the pickup community. It's called negging. I think that.
I think Kuda was talking about that on your Hangout.
Really?
DJ Kuda, yeah, I think he was explaining it.
Oh, yeah, he might have been. But yeah, it's called negging, basically. I think that these women are negging the guys. And swag is really just something that's not a real thing that they can say that, Mr. Big Stuff don't have. Like, yes, you have everything that a woman, reasonably could, would, and do want, but you don't have this invisible quality that I like to call swag. So I think it's really just negging.
Yeah, in sports they call it the it factor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that intangible skill, right? Just that thing that just, you know, it's the magic or something. I know, I get what you're saying. I'm just making a sports reference.
Right.
You know, yeah. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
So yeah, Kels. So they are leveraging the guys, like making them. It's an attempt to make them feel inadequate. And what we're getting, because this is online, is just an online version of that. These are guys who seek gentlemen like yourself, and Mike and others. These are women who seek these guys. That's why they're in these spaces. However, they do not want to get these guys at a higher value. So they say, oh, you know, you lack a certain quality and I lack a certain quality, i.e., high metabolism or workout ethic. Therefore, we should get together.
That's damn.
Yeah. I
Okay,
suspect
okay,
it's strategic. And the reason why I've come to suspect this is hearing the same shaming tool used on the opposite side. Like you hear it on you hear the other guys get it too. Like that's what dusty means. That's what, you know, broke ass nigga means. That's what, you know, that's what you hear them getting chronically. So I'm like, wait a minute, how can they both be, you know, subpar?
Right.
It's one of those things that make you go, like when on Baby Boy, you know, when she wanted to shame Jody, you know, she was like, oh yeah, these guys be looking, you know, get me a real man. And you know what she meant by that, you
right.
know, somebody who's not selling women's dresses at a barbershop. I mean, like, so, or at a beauty salon. So, you know, it's stuff like that. I think that this is really just that they're just negging the guys, and guys shouldn't take it too seriously.
Yeah, no, it's not, because it was literally something that Kels brought up, and I was just, you know, I was, I wouldn't say intrigued by it. I was just kind of entertained by the thought, and you know, that's kind of where, you know, we had a little conversation about it for a minute. But just as a general premise, you know, like this whole notion or idea that one, you know, somebody like myself would even agree that I'm like I said, dude, an educated fucking lame. I'll never get over that one, right? So, but the notion or idea that I would even agree to the idea that I am such, okay, that's just ridiculous. And then two, this insinuation or this idea, you know, and I think you really did just give it like a different light, man, that I never really thought about it. You know, kind of using this sort of, well, you know, I'm gonna inject a flaw into you type of thing. Now, I'll tell you this: I don't go around doing that to sisters. And I don't know, you know, I mean, you know, there's brothers, you know, on this space that, you know, kind of do their thing in terms of, yeah, babe, it's right here. You know, they do their things in terms of their content creation and their critiques of women, you know, but you know, for some, you know, brothers like us, by and large, you know, we don't really have any sort of, you know, angle on this to where, you know, we're kind of painting women in this light where, well, yeah, you know, we got to match you flaw for flaw or some shit, you know. So I think that's highly disingenuous to have that come our way when we don't send it that way.
Right. Well, I mean, you're assuming that you're dealing with someone that plays by ethical rules.
Well, no, I'm not assuming. I'm assuming. I'm assuming that you know, we're gonna go ahead and call spades where spades need to be called. That's what I'm assuming. I'm not assuming that, you know, we're you know, if we are the most educated group of a certain demographic of people, that we're not going to be intellectually disingenuous. I'm assuming that we're not going to do that.
Right. Well, I mean, once again, the education is just something it's basically something that may instill a person with confidence for his personal accomplishments, and it's being turned back on them. It's a tactic. I generally just ignore it because I have actually came to this conclusion, over a decade ago, maybe even two, that, like, because I didn't really get it until like my early 20s. I didn't start to realize until you start getting like more serious or even live-in relationships. And it's like, wait, what the hell? And then that's when insults like that are coming. And it generally stems from if you feel like a person is being too cocky or something like that. And you see it on both sides, because I have friends and family members on both sides, and it's like, oh, that's what's going on.
Mhm.
Yeah, and if I chime in, like, it's learned behavior, because what they're doing essentially is breaking you down to the point where you feel like this person has something you need, like you can't live without this person because you lack. Like, just putting you in that mindset of you lacking. That way you're like, oh, that's why I'm with this person. They make me a better person, XYZ.
Right. It's only breaking you
Mhm.
down if you don't know, which is why I'm
Right.
here, which is why I have a channel. So you do. And so
Yeah,
you're not broken down, because
and
that's stupid.
and I
You
feel like
just,
that's why they get rid of like educated lames, is because once they know that, okay, I can't break him down, they're like, then you're pretty much no use to me.
well,
You know?
some educated names are broken down. I mean, having education doesn't make you impervious to such attacks, such psychological attacks. So don't get that twisted. I mean, a lot of educated lames, particularly Black ones, feel less than whomever that you say that you are less than. Now, it's probably more pronounced on the other side. I don't know, but don't get it twisted. It has been effective, or else they wouldn't keep doing it.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just tell you that. Look,
that's
if
what
they
pimps
say
do.
that shit, just look at them with a side eye and be like, so are you gonna suck my lame ass dick now? Like, because that's what I do.
Yeah, but
Wait, what did you
No, honestly, I mean, no, that's genuinely what I do, because I know that it's an attempt to get me to put up with. Typically, the attacks I get is from somebody I'm intimate with, so
Right.
I know that what the attempt is. I know it's meant to take me down a peg or two, and it's unsuccessful. Now let's continue. You've attempted a power grab. It failed.
It failed.
You know who has the power. Now continue with pleasure in my penis. Is how I view the situation.
Well, I mean, I like I said, man, the stuff that Kels did, yeah, she was speaking on, it was something that I just thought that was hilarious. And I really am about, because I look, man, I think sometime in the summer, I might have had a little sparring match to BGS, and I know that other times, I've kind of really been vocal about this whole sort of like this lame tag shit, right?
Mhm.
And like I said, dude, there's just something bothersome about it, in the sense that in other cultures and other societies, these are the same cultures and societies, might we add, where certain women folk want to say that the men of these cultures are dominating you,
Right.
and then the same cultures, those cultures value intelligence. They value their intelligentsia. See, there's correlation in all of this, right? So I find it to be highly disingenuous when the male populace, who would largely comprise of your intelligentsia, are looked at as sort of like the bottom barrel. It's like, look, it's like, it's self-assured destruction. It's like that. That's kind of like it's kind of like the MO, seemingly, right? You make the call. You want to say, well, the educated men who have this, y'all have the skills, you have this, do this, and then you purposely do everything to undermine anything that could possibly be done. And then on top of that, say the very guys who could do it are like they're basically like, you know, the low tier. You know, it's
Well, it's not about
it's
doing it. It's about shaming the people for not having done it. You see, you got to understand that for the standard woman, particularly Black woman, but really a Western woman in general, they have nothing to gain from any paradigm shift at all. There isn't a shift imaginable that can create a society that is more favorable to the women than the one we have.
what about, okay, do you think, and well, you know what, actually that's a good, I'm glad you actually said that, because you know, remember a game changer, I think maybe like last week or something, I was telling you there was a topic that I actually want, you know, you and I to kind of talk about. Okay, what do you think about the impact of fourth industrialization and the shift in society based on that? Do you think that, okay, not to say, okay, you have a choice in whether you adapt to these changes. I guess my question is, do you think there would be a willingness to adapt? Because the changes, I think, the changes are going to happen regardless. Do you think there would be a willingness to adapt?
No.
And oh, okay. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Americans, more than anybody, save Sub-Saharan Africans, are the least willing to adapt people that history has ever known. I mean, we're not English, yet we're on the English system of measurement still, and England itself is not on the English system of measurement. Like from a global standpoint, I never seen like people unwilling to adapt to change, technological or otherwise, or economic or otherwise. So no, it's going to be met with heavy resistance, and we have this fantastic notion of liberty, which we brand as freedom, that makes us very difficult to do that. We will only make a change if we perceive something to be the collective will of our own, which means that if the culture is highly influenced through media, then that's the only way that it would change, to adapt to something like that. But
so you think do you think the vehicle for change, as far as culture goes, is you want them?
Can we do this? Can we pick this up on Game Changer's channel? Game Changer, would you be willing to pick up this?
Yeah, hey,
this discussion. SYSBM and fourth industrialization.
Yeah, I mean, because we've been on for a good minute.
Yeah. I'll fire it up, but I probably won't stay long, and I'll let you guys have it.
Okay, that's what's up. Go ahead and fire it up, GC. I'll be over here in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you all for joining us. Please hit the like button if you've not already done so. Share the video if possible. Hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab. Doc and description beneath the video for you to reference. Just as an FYI, we are not certified financial planners. If you want a certified financial planner, go to cfp.net and look up money in the area. We do not give out financial advice here. All opinions expressed are of each and every individual. Shalom, everyone. Shalom.